a lot of it was in the background for a while, but when I really locked in on it, I initially looked over and was like, wait a second, did Riley Leonard get benched? But it was like, no, actually he's hurt, he's out. Marcus Freeman didn't make the switch that early. But I mean, again, he's the kind of guy where you're like, I wouldn't be shocked if it happened. So Will Sark, I mean, will Ewers get secretly concussed? The neurosurgeon technological guy is gonna buzz down after Ewers throws a pick and be like, yeah, I think he's concussed. Ewers gonna be like, coach, I haven't even got hit yet. Like, no, yeah, you're concussed. You need to go to the sideline. You're out. You're done for tonight. But, I mean, I believe in Ewers, chat. I believe that this could be a good draft stock game for him as well. I mean, Ohio State, even if they play Notre Dame in the championship game, I mean, this is going to be the best team that they play for the tape. Make no mistake, this is going to be the game that the scouts watch first for Texas when it comes to Ewers, when it comes to, you know, how this is going to be the #1 NFL film that's going to be passed around. This is going to be the Kim K tape of the Ewers film. The Ewers versus Ohio State game. And maybe there is some actual, like, better college defense. I don't know the actual stats for the Ohio State defense. Make no mistake. We're not looking them up, chat. Like I'm saying. We're just going to avoid any sort of Ohio State web page, statistical page. Any sort of thing that might say Ohio State's good as well, too. We're just going to avoid that. But 2 minutes left as well in this Thunder Nick game. For those just tuning in, we got a couple of games running in the background right now. It's a nice, jam-packed Friday night of sports. The Thunder trying to complete the Eastern Conference gauntlet of Celtics, Knicks, Cavs. They're just playing all the top teams in the East, chat. And make no mistake, they're just taking them down one by one. They're making their claim right now. They're just claiming territory all over the Eastern Conference. They're making their claim as the #1 team in the league. Shea is, I don't even know if is Shea making his case as the #1 MVP, or is he pulling away as the MVP? Because it feels a little like he's pulling away. And of course, he's built up to this status as well, too. He was first team All-NBA the last couple of years. He was actually like top 5 in MVP voting last year, and I believe second as well, too. Did he actually finish higher than Doncic? Pause. I think Jokic, Doncic, Giannis, or Jokic, Giannis. It just subconsciously we want to bring him up in the greatest player conversation. Jokic, I think it was Jokic, Shea, Doncic as the MVP order last year. So, I mean, it's the logical where he's at in his career next step for him to take at this point. You know, he's so good. The next step for him is literally MVP of the league. But especially that Cavs game as well, too. I guess they, you know, of course they ended up losing that Cavs game. But if anything, I guess, you know, if we're talking the best team in the league, I guess the reason I was saying the Thunder claiming their stretch is because of their record over the course of this stretch and just it being positive. And if this course of games is like considered a playoff series for them, you know, it's obviously a successful series, but they did get that one big matchup against the Cavs so far. And if we're just, I guess, looking at that game individually, because that's what we have to judge the Cavs on anyways, against OKC, I guess they haven't had like the equivalent run in the Western Conference where they just play like the 4 best Western Conference teams all in a row and win that series positively, or, you know, whatever. But you know, the Cavs' like actual depth in that game compared to the OKC depth was the thing that really jumped off the page, because I think OKC, you know, like one of the reasons Shea's MVP case is there, like we've been saying, especially without Chet, is it's been that depth and that group of guys around him that's made the difference. It's not a team of, you know, really a second star. I think with Jalen Williams still having the potential to emerge as that, it just hasn't quite gotten into that all-star type category yet. Isaiah Joe with the 28-footer. Bombs away, chat. A 13-2 run in the last 2.5 for OKC. They're up 29-17. Pulling away. Uh-oh, it just could get ugly in both games, chat. Oh, here we go. Screen. Texas breaking loose. Make no mistake, chat. We're cheering for Texas. It's just what it is. Tonight is not about subjectivity and tonight we're not journalists, chat. Unless, once Sam gets here, I guess we'll be professional and be journalists. But right now, we're unhinged, chat. We're not journalists. We're just fans rooting for Ohio State to not make the national championship game. Oh boy, I don't want to see it happen. But Shea's star power on that team. He's been definitely a driving force on that team, more so than like the best player on the best team, versus like we're saying Mitchell on the other side. I think that's both of those cases kind of perfectly emerged up against each other in that moment where, you kind of have Shea carrying the team a little bit when they, or, you see him at least need Shea carrying them in the fourth quarter. And he did for a lot of it. And, Mitchell didn't even play well in that game for most of it. I know in the first half, he was basically hit one shot. And I don't remember exactly what his final stat line was, but I don't think it was much better as well. So you don't even get a good Donovan Mitchell performance, and it still feels like you can kind of, like, it felt like they kind of cruised to a victory. Yeah, he was bad the whole game. 3 for 16, 2 for 7 from 3, 11 points on the day. Still finished +8. Somehow the defense, I guess, kicking in with Mobley and Allen. And, there's some stuff with the double bigs as well, too, that really hurt him. You saw down the stretch of that game, some of the rebounding was really affecting OKC. Chet getting back in the mix, of course, is going to be huge for them in a lot of ways. Jalen Williams had 25 in that game, 9 for 17. Hartenstein was still pretty good. But, I mean, the Cavs have been the number one, I believe, three-point shooting team in the league as well all year, which is still kind of like a thing where you're like, yeah, I guess, I guess there has to be a number one three-point shooting team, and they do have, like, the Strus, Niang. Make no mistake, they went out and spent money on some three-point shooters, like Dean Wade. But it is one of those things where you're like, okay, are those guys going to translate into the playoffs? I don't know if we want to just start doing the name value comparisons, but again, Max Strus and Niang versus Cason Wallace and Jalen Williams. I don't know, just maybe the upside factor with some of the guys. The Cavs team is a little more established, but it's all working out in their favor. Because you look at a guy like Strus, I know he's been hurt for a lot of the year, but now that he's back, he was big in that game for him as well, 5 for 6 from 3. He's been massive in the playoffs for the Heat, played a ton of big playoff minutes. Niang is, I think, he's messed around in the playoffs with the Sixers. He's been in some of those series with Boston. Yeah, played 23 playoff games, 15 minutes a game in 23 playoff game for Philly. So, I mean, it's not his fault that Embiid wasn't taking him into the deeper rounds. It's not Niang's. Well, maybe it is. Maybe we blame Niang a little bit, but I don't know. He was still shooting well in those games. 16 minutes, 12 games in the 22 playoffs, shot 37% from 3 on 3 attempts a game. And then the next playoffs, 14 minutes a game, 2.5 attempts a game, shot 46% from 3. So his efficiency was there when when he was out there. So he kind of proved, his worth a little bit as well. So you just bring in a couple of experienced veteran guys that you can bring off the bench, space the floor. And Dean Wade was in the starting lineup for him, 20 minutes in this game, 3 for 4 from 3. But his minutes were, I thought, at least offensively, pretty effective as well, with him spacing the floor and him kind of being a little bit of a bigger wing. Like, if you run Dean Wade, Mobley, and Jared Allen all out there at the same time, like, just a big lineup to try to guard against. And, Mitchell, he's a ball of athleticism, chat. He's no fun to contain. Garland moving around out there. And Jerome, I don't even know what they do with this guy because he's, like, not even, like, a rotation guy for him. They just, like, deploy him in the fourth quarter, in the third and fourth quarters. If games are close, they're like, oh, well, I guess. Ty Jerome is literally just the winter soldier, Chad. I know there's going to be other guys' names that are going to be in the mix for sixth man of the year. Let's actually take a look, chat. Let's see who the sixth man of the year leaders are at this point. And I guess you wouldn't even call Ty Jerome the sixth man on his own team. But I feel like the kind of one of the, I mean, make no mistake, most of the concepts around these awards are secret. But I feel like one of the secret concepts around sixth man of the year is it's like best, the best bench player in the league. And I feel like your sixth man is a lot of times, of course, your de facto best bench player. Like, it makes sense. But again, just the way they use Ty Jerome, like he's definitely the most impactful bench player that the Cavs have because he just comes in and just he wins these games. They just bring in Ty Jerome in the, let's see if we can actually look up how many minutes he played in just the second half. 11 for the game. Okay, so I guess they did split it pretty evenly. But he feels a little... Oh, I guess he didn't play. Yeah, he didn't play at all in the fourth quarter. Did he play in the second quarter? So, yeah, he literally just plays in the second and fourth quarter. They deploy him at the end of halves. And he just wrecks the game. Oh, right now, yeah, it makes Pritchard minus 200. DeAndre Hunter plus 400? DeAndre Hunter 4-1, chat? I mean, Pritchard, I feel like he is secretly important to that Celtics team. They really need him to play well. I just think big picture, if they're going to win the title this year, it gets, I don't know, does that sound good if you're the Celtics where it's like you need Pritchard? But, I mean, you could say that for all these guys. You're going to need, you could say this for the Cavs. They're going to need Strus. They're going to need Niang. They're going to need Ty Jerome in a couple of fourth quarters to impact the game. It goes for the whole team. But when Pritchard's not shooting the ball well, it's like a sign that he just feeds off the energy of like the rest of the team in a way where if they're playing well, Pritchard's cooking. If they're not, I guess he can elevate the team as well too, though sometimes. But Hunter at 4-1 doesn't seem like a bad bet. Amen Thompson 10-1, Beal 12-1, Westbrook 25-1, Beasley 35-1. Yeah, it gets crazy. LeVert is on here at 150-1, but I don't know. I would rather, if I was a team, I would rather have Ty Jerome's 11 minutes than, LeVert. And no, I love LeVert as much as the next guy, former Michigan player. But I got no Diddy, LeVert. But but I would still think that just if we're trying to win a basketball game here and be logical about what we're seeing, who's playing in the fourth quarter, LeVert or Ty Jerome? You're taking Ty Jerome. So I would rather have, maybe LeVert's able to give you more over the course of a game overall in a way, like maybe you're able to throw him out there more in the rotation. But I don't know. Ty Jerome has just been super impactful for this team. He was big in the fourth quarter of that Thunder game as well. So I mean, it's not that, of course, we weren't in on Cleveland beforehand. I think we understood that they were a competitive team, but now, like, kind of, I got to be honest, Chad, like, I kind of think that they're better than Boston right now, and I don't know if that's even hot takey at this point because they've been the one seed for so long. It's like, I guess they've just beaten us down, to the point where we just have to give in and go, okay, like, you've earned it, you've finally made the case, but that's the sign that, it might be real, chat, where you're able to actually sustain that kind of legacy where, and I guess, some people buy in right away. I'm sure there's a section of the Cavs fans of, I'm sure there's a lot of people that bought in on the Cavs like right away as soon as the season started, before the season, and knew that they were going to be a competitive team. But I just would have had them in a little bit of a separate tier, same tier, all that. Not that they're in a tier of their own, necessarily over the Celtics, but in a power ranking standpoint, like, I could definitely see like, I would not be surprised at all if Cleveland beat Boston in a playoff series at this point. And I think maybe even after that first time that they beat Boston, Boston won the first matchup, the Cleveland won the second one in Cleveland. It was like, okay, that they're obviously able to go toe-to-toe with this team, but the way they're able to took down the Thunder, and the way they're able to, I think, defend home court as well too. Obviously, they've been good all year everywhere. Their record's amazing, but they are an effective home team, and their shooting splits are pretty equal as well, home and road. I think they're, a little over 41% at home, but they're still like 39% on the road. So it's not like there's a massive performance gap either for what you're getting. I mean, I think that's a pretty reasonable drop off as well if you're going to like best in the league to like maybe like fourth or fifth in the league on the road at 39%, just the overall number. And I mean, OKC is putting away the Knicks right now. I know Towns was limping around a little bit. He was on the injury report. Maybe there's some, some things that you can write off as excuses, some tax write-offs, excuse write-offs, chat, for the Knicks about tonight. Campaigns firing up threes. I mean, that can definitely be an excuse write-off as to why you're going to lose. But, I mean, it's definitely OKC. I think it's definitely Boston, and I think it's definitely Cleveland. Those teams, and I think we're giving Boston a big benefit of the doubt as well. Like, I got to be honest. It's a pretty sizable benefit of the doubt. And they did beat Cleveland as well. They've been an amazing team. So I guess, they've earned the benefit of the doubt of being the second best team in the East. We're not necessarily saying that we're making the case for the sixth best team in the East being the second. It's like, okay, are they the third? I mean, they're obviously not worse than the Knicks. So it's just like, what I guess at this point is the degree of separation between Boston and Cleveland. I guess maybe that is the thing that's really happened. Has Boston and Cleveland kind of separated from the Knicks again? Because it felt like the New York was back in the mix. And, they're down 20 right now to OKC. So, I mean, we're definitely going to be prisoners of the moment with the result of this one. But, OKC being in the Western Conference, a little bit of a different ordeal. But top teams in the league, we knew that they were in that group. But it's like kind of just, okay, those three teams, New York, you're not actually, next tier down, maybe you're even in a tier just kind of your own team. Like, are they definitely better than Houston and Memphis? Maybe just by like a little bit we would trust that team, because I think we would trust Brunson in a playoff series a little bit more. Well, I guess but Ja's been out right now, so I was thinking Memphis without Ja. But Memphis with Ja when he's healthy versus anybody on Houston versus anybody on New York, it's Brunson and Ja in that situation. And maybe we trust Towns a little bit more in the playoffs than Jaren Jackson, chat. I mean, is that a compliment to Towns? I think it is. And I think we trust Jaren Jackson to do good in the playoffs as well. But, Towns has been to the Western Conference Finals. Whoa. Big playoff run, chat. Minnesota, what are you doing? And that's another thing that I kind of was thinking about as well, too, watching the Cleveland thing. Especially the way it's peaking this year as well, too. Because make no mistake, like, that is definitely a situation that has had to, pause, like, grow into this point. These guys have had to develop. There's had to be a chemistry. And there's had to be a leveling up of their play as well, too. Like, of course, Mobley's playing better. Garland's playing better. Mitchell is, not in the Thunder game, but Mitchell's having a good season as well, too. Like, Mitchell's playing consistently. Allen was, fantastic in that game and fantastic as well all season. So it's like individually they've gotten better just as players across the roster. But, there's also been a chemistry thing as well, too, that has developed with this team. There's been a time spent thing that has been allowed to happen. And it's been, only maybe even like 2 seasons. But it just, it shows you, of course, like we're saying, the importance of sticking together. But it also just emphasizes, I think, how quickly now the league is changing, which, of course, we all know. But, if it's like even 2 or 3, it's like you're together 2 seasons now and you've got some of the best chemistry in the league. It's like, okay, maybe that part of it is not totally great. But I guess Mitchell is, he's in his 3rd season now. Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. He's in his 3rd season now with Cleveland. And it's finally like peaking and forming and being together. I mean, even, I guess Chet and Shea aren't out there, but it's still kind of their third season together as well too. And the Chet injury thing, it's not even just this year. It's that whole first season. He got out because the man got hurt in the Drew League playing some summer pickup games. But, that's still there. They've at least had time to develop. There's been an off-court thing, a teammate thing that, those vibes are going to, of course, bleed into on-the-court performances and the chemistry on the court. So at least his teammates in his locker room, they've been able to mesh and gel together for 3 seasons. And there's still practices and they're still learning about each other and still able to, I think at least develop a chemistry with each other. Of course, even though the on-court thing is a different thing. All right, we're in the second quarter now, people. We're doing a good job of not paying attention. Make no mistake. Oh, Texas fumbled. Oh, boy, what are we doing, Texas? Is that Sawyer forcing the fumble? Sawyer's going to be a menace. Where does Tankathon have Sawyer at right now? Is he a first-round guy? Not that the scouts are the end-all, be-all. Okay, they have him at 47 right now, so he could go in the first round if he's awesome in these next 2 games. It's possible. I don't know if he's probably what, like 28? There's probably an age thing going on with him where the teams are like, well, we can't draft Sawyer now. I guess we can't draft an awesome 28-year-old. We have to draft maybe awesome 24-year-old. Everybody's old in college now, chat. COVID, transfer portal, extended eligibilities. Everybody's just playing a decade. I think it was that Cade McCormick for Miami who played like 9 years. And somebody was like, they were bumping DS2 back when this guy first started, 2015. And you hear 9 years for a college career, and that's obviously, crazy a long time, chat. But you kind of see the path of how you get there, and you go, okay, the eligibility, the medical restriction, the COVID. I can see how the 9 years can kind of stack up on each other when there's like these crazy things that end up happening. But then you actually realize like what 9 years is. Like DS2, chat. Rodeo was 2015. Like Travis Scott in Rodeo to where he's at now, 10 years. I mean, make no mistake, Travis Scott not staying in college. In terms of the music industry as well. His status. Astro World and Utopia definitely graduated him into not even a pro level, chat. Of course, all NBA first team type level. But apparently Cade McCormick needed a little bit more time than Travis Scott to work on his skills. But, maybe Cade McCormick's Astro World Utopia season will just be a little bit later on. I guess, Utopia was, just 2 years ago now on the calendar, 25 to 23. But like 18 months ago or whatever. So I guess 9 years from Rodeo to Utopia. Oh, Texas fumbled again. No way. Is it a turnover or is it just going to be 4th down? I think it's just going to be 4th down, Texas. They're able to maintain possession, but Ewers time. The Ewers clock is ticking right now, chat. It's ticking loudly. And it's probably ticking a little louder than Ryan Day's clock was. And whoa. That was almost crazy. Ewers under pressure, and it was Ewers that fumbled as well. Oh, man. Well, at least you get a booming punt. Maybe Will Howard can be clutch here for Michigan fans. We need a little bit of that Michigan game magic, Will Howard. Just stall the offense a little bit. Does Texas have Michigan's defense? I don't know, Chad. I mean, we know what Texas did to the Michigan defense early in the season, but still, the Michigan defense Probably a little more talented than. I mean, I don't know. I think it's kind of like a top 5 defense in college football, but maybe Mason Graham's just that good. Especially when Will Johnson was in, though. And they were able to make that stretch run down the season without him as well, too, which is going to go on. It's not going to be considered necessarily an impressive season all the way around for Michigan, but that is another impressive factor to what happened. Being able to do all this stuff without your potentially best defensive player. I mean, Mason Graham, the legacy with him at Michigan as well. But Will Johnson might go a couple picks higher in the draft. But that could just be a position thing as well, though. Cornerback, the premium positions. Towns, the swooping layup under the basket, cuts it to, 25? Is it actually 25 right now? 33-58? Whoa. OKC, a dominant first half. Unfortunately, the Knicks are just the revenge game from they're the rebound game from the Cavs performance. They did not perform well against Cleveland. They took a little I guess we can't start saying brands, chat, because we don't want to we want to be smart businessmen. But the blue uniforms, maybe there was a blue chew in the mix basketball-wise. They're just destroying the Knicks right now. But it's almost, I guess, is it 30? It's almost 30. 60-33, timeout Knicks. Whoa. This is slowly getting out of control. This is not good. But Judkins as well is 50 on the draft board. Henderson 67. I do think that makes a little bit more sense. Judkins with maybe some of the... Well, I was going to say pass catching stuff, but Henderson does have more pass catching yards than Judkins does as well. So maybe Henderson's the value, chat. Chris Ballard, listen up. Chris Ballard needs to be watching Jack Sawyer, if anybody. We know Mike Mayock will be watching the championship game because, make no mistake, that's just the only game he watches. But I feel like you could still watch the national championship game and do okay, chat. I know maybe we could roast Mike Mayock a little bit for that strategy, but it's also not the worst strategy in the world. Just be like, hey, let me actually just watch the two best teams in the whole college football, and then maybe just decide which player I want to take from those teams. I'm assuming that there's probably going to be a couple of good players on the team that ends up winning the national title team. The problem was he just, was Cleveland Farrell the guy? Maybe he just wasn't the guy to take. Was Wilkins also in that Cleveland Farrell draft, though? What year was Farrell? 2019? Wilkins was also 2019. So Wilkins has been in at least one Pro Bowl, right? And I think Cleveland Farrell's had a couple of nice moments, but again, I mean, literally just the Clemson team. You could have had a better defensive lineman who also went in the first round and also went like a couple of picks later. It wouldn't have been, it wouldn't have been crazier than taking Cleveland Farrell 4th overall, taking Christian Wilkins. It might have actually been more favorably received because, no disrespect to Cleveland Farrell, but like Christian Wilkins was one of those guys that like everybody liked. Like, I don't want to say that. And like, Christian, why did nobody like Cleveland Farrell? But it was just the media presence that Wilkins had. He was, a real like energetic, friendly guy with the media. Oh, and Will Howard's got a golf ball swelling up on his hand right now. Did Will Howard break his hand? It's on his non-throwing hand. And make no mistake, Will Howard is a running quarterback, so he may not need it. 10-13 tonight, though. Oh, boy, people. I guess make no mistake, it's a lot of screens. They will be swinging the ball out to Jeremiah Smith a few times in this game. and just letting him make a play. Ooh, the holding on the outside. I assume that's what they're going to call. Yes, sir. It's going to be against Ohio State. Okay. So hopefully that's a drive killer right there. Hopefully that's just going to keep it at 7-0. Oh, you also had Dexter Lawrence in the 2019 draft. Look at that. I'm literally an idiot. You could have just had Dexter Lawrence. So if Mike, I mean, that would have been actually crazy because I think the Giants may have even got baked a little bit for taking Dexter Lawrence at 17. Or I can't remember if in the moment it was like, whoa, the Giants, are they actually 2 steps ahead? But it's also the Giants, so my guess was them being 2 steps ahead, people just assumed that they were off. But they knew what they were doing with Dexter Lawrence. I mean, they knew what they were doing with Saquon Barkley. They can be a decent first-round drafting team. Unfortunately, they just didn't draft a quarterback. Daniel Jones was not the guy and was there for a little bit too long. Okay, it's going to be 3rd and manageable. 3rd and long-ish. Are they back in front of the sticks? Yep, 3rd and 8. Hopefully that's paused too long for Ohio State. But, I mean, Mayock takes Farrell 4th in that draft. Literally could have just taken Dexter Lawrence 4th. Dexter Lawrence probably going 4th in the 2019 overall redraft anyways. And he's a guy that's actually been a first-team All-Pro. He's been a guy that's been best in the league at his position. So make no mistake, you can do the Mike Mayock strategy. It just unfortunately was not the right guys that he took. Will Howard, incomplete on 3rd down. Texas gets the ball back. Assuming Ryan Day doesn't fake punt here. 50-yard line, 2nd quarter. Up 7-0. Will Howard, swollen hand. Oh. Was that a drop? And Buka? Off the fingertips? Howard kind of dropped that one in there. I'm not even going to lie. We haven't been the biggest Will Howard people all year, but that was kind of a dime. Maybe a couple inches off, but either way. Texas inside the 10, chat. Okay, viewers, this is your 1st round pick moment right here. This is the drive. This is the one where you buy the scouts back in. Make no mistake, the scouts are waiting. The scouts want to overreact to a quarterback. You also had T. Higgins in this game. I mean, you had ETN, Trevor Lawrence as well. Hunter Renfrow. This is just all on Clemson that you could have taken. I mean, we know that you could have drafted, you know, people on Alabama from that year. This would have been, I guess, the, you know, couple seasons before 2019. Like we're saying, there's just national championship talent teams every year, of course, with Saban. Yeah, because you had Quinnen Williams going 3 that year. So Mike Mayock couldn't play that strategy there. But you did also have Surtain. So he went 9. You could have taken Surtain 4. Wait, was he the same draft, 2019 draft? Oh, no, he was 2021 draft. So this would have been Surtain as a freshman. Yo. Wilding out. Getting on the field at Bama as a freshman. Diggs as well, too. Not ready quite to go to the NFL in the 2019 draft. Again, just focusing on this draft specifically because this is the one where Mayock took Clelin Ferrell 4th. Honestly, Clemson, a little bit of a better NFL team than Alabama. Makes sense why they destroyed Alabama that year in the game. But, I mean, you still had Tua, Ruggs, Brian Robinson, Damian Harris. Like we're saying, Quinnen Williams, Xavier McKinney as well. I believe he was this draft, 2019. Oh, no, he was also 2020. So it was a little bit of a younger team. Raekwon Davis, Anthony Jennings. Shaheem Carter, who I always had a little bit more NFL stock in as well, but doesn't seem like the Shaheem Carter NFL run is happening anytime soon. Yeah, he didn't even get drafted. But Those 2 interception returns for touchdowns in 2018 really, really bought us in. LeBron Ray, yeah, he was a baller. He's one of those guys like LeBron Ray, 2.5 sacks, 6 tackles for a loss. Like just a really solid impact player for Alabama, but just an iconic name. Just listening to I can just hear Danielson in my head. Is that a pause? Whoa. I could just hear him saying LeBron Ray. Just one of those random things that, gets stuck. Yo, pause again. Yikes. Sorry, Gary Danielson. Didn't mean to drag you through the conversation like that. But, I mean, as much as we love the Michigan, Big Ten, all that stuff, whatever, but the Gary Danielson CBS SEC run, Brad Nessler, Vern Lundquist as well, of course, too. Gary Danielson just being the one common thread between the two of them. That CBS SEC run, of course, it's legendary, and I don't know if it'll be topped. I'm not saying that it won't be topped by the Big Ten in terms of the football and the competitive, all that stuff. The Big Ten will be awesome, especially with the realignment. If they can get the other awesome teams for the other conference, make no mistake, they're gonna be okay. But just I guess it is what it is, chat. The hype around those SEC games are just another level. And that's not even a shot at the Big Ten fans to say that the SEC fans are better than the Big Ten fans, but there is an energy to those games. There's an unhingedness. Unhingedness, is that even a word? But there's just an unhinged aspect to the SEC crowds that the Big Ten crowds don't quite have. Again, equal levels of fandom and passion and all that stuff, but you can just tell that the SEC is, they're doing things different down south, of course. And, I mean, like we're saying with Bama being a primetime team all those years, you're just getting that. You're getting all that NFL talent every week on Saturday, time and time again. And the SEC, of course, is going to be talented top to bottom as well, not just Bama. So it's going to be Bama versus some quarterback in the SEC. I mean, you can go back to Bama versus Stafford at Georgia, or Bama versus, I guess just Bama versus Georgia all the time, but Bama versus Kirby Smart at Georgia. But Tebow at Florida, chat. Did we just miss the early 2000s? I guess that would have been late 2000s, 08, 09, for the Tebow run specifically. But Texas, Manziel at the peak of his powers versus Bama. It's just going to be all those primetime matchups. With all due respect to the Big Ten, how on earth is the Big Ten going to put together, can we put together a storyline to match Manziel versus Bama? Just that type of event. LSU versus Bama. The Burrow teams. The hype around the Tua Burrow games. I guess, Michigan, Ohio State as a rivalry is the most type of rivalry. But as an expectation of the level of play for the game, I don't know if Michigan Ohio State has had a game that's supposed to be as highly played as that, Bama LSU game, where you've got Tua and Burrow and all these NFL talent and top level draft picks on the field at one time in these two iconic teams. And you have a game that's 40 points both ways and totally lives up to the hype and is dramatic all the way down to the wire. And maybe Tua was hurt and it looked like for a second that game was going to get out of control, but they managed to make it an iconic game. How are you supposed to recreate these storylines in the Big Ten? I just don't know how you're going to do it. And that's not even a stylistic thing as well. Because there is, some of those SEC teams that they built to be, quote unquote, a little bit more fun. But there's just a total conference thing going on as well, too, that you just don't get that week to week. I mean, like you're saying, you get the big matchup, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, Michigan versus Penn State. You get those three teams battling it out in the Big Ten every year up until the addition of now, Oregon, maybe USC going forward, a bunch of other schools. But those are still probably going to be your top teams. And now, of course, you have Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC to match. And that's probably even better than the Pac-12 teams, just in terms of tradition. And again, like maybe some of the NFL talent were able to bring in top to bottom for a roster. I was like, yeah, of course you're still able to get it on Oregon. Like, they're the number one team in the college country up until a couple weeks ago. But, you're still like the depth of NFL talent that like a top level Texas team is able to recruit is, right up there on top with everybody else in the nation. It'll be tough, Chad. I think there's some good matchups this year. Of course, the vibe of having Danielson and Nestler just on the call for a Big Ten game is always great. But I can't sit here and lie and say it wasn't the same as the SEC vibes, just in terms of the total atmosphere. I know that's going to be a controversial thing to sit here and say in Big Ten country. I'm going to be, nervous walking around outside tomorrow, but it's just what it is, chat. You can feel the vibes in the TV. And there's great atmospheres. I mean, even the atmosphere here in the home state, like Iowa City, Kinnick. I mean, it's hard for anybody to match the vibe at Kinnick. Kinnick's a great time. Kinnick is one of the most intense college football environments. Same with Penn State. Same with Michigan and Ohio State and all the other top schools. Like, these are all great environments. But like I'm saying, there's just so much chaos in the SEC. It's like, these people are crazy. These people are out of their minds. Midwestern people, there's still a Midwestern niceness with and I guess, Southern hospitality. Everybody's got their fake nice people, chat, and got their own terms for it. But there is still, like we're saying, level-headedness thing. Whatever term you want to throw out there for it. Going on with the Big Ten crowd. 3rd and 6 already for Texas. I mean, come on. On their own 19-yard line. Ohio State's just playing a field position game at this point. I mean, with all the talent that they do have, they're still not... Oh. Ewers way behind the receiver. Another punt for Texas on the horizon. A little kind of crossing pattern. Not crossing pattern, but where you get the two guys on the same side kind of zigzagging. What's that called, chat? I know that is a Madden concept. Again, the crossing, of course, is the guys from the opposite sides. But when it's the same size, is that just a mesh? I don't think it's a mesh. Do we have to Google mesh concept real quick? See, that's the great thing about Madden, chat, that we need to get back into is you're literally looking at these teams' playbooks. You're literally getting a sense of what the teams are doing on the field visually. Looking at the play designs. No, it's not mesh. Okay, we got to do a Madden concepts dive real quick. And see if we can find... Oh, shout out MaddenGuides.com. Let's see if this is going to be clutch here. What am I thinking of? Not a hitch. Ohio. Whoa, there is an Ohio in here, chat. It's not an Ohio. That's like an in route from the outside receiver and a go route from the inside receiver. But not a spacing. Not a curls flat drive levels. Oh, they've got mesh. Oh, mesh, yeah, is two receivers running shallow crossing routes, but from opposite directions. So the concept that I think they just ran, maybe it doesn't exist, Chad. Maybe they just made it up on the fly. Oh, it's just called a switch? You mean we could have just literally have thought of this by watching the play? Popular run and shoot passing concept that has an outside receiver running a post route with an inside receiver. The inside receiver runs a wheel route down the sideline. By them switching it, it creates an opportunity for a big deep play down the field. That's what it says on the Madden guide there. Actually, wait a second. Why do we not have this pulled up already. Let's see here. Yeah, here we go. So this, make no mistake, this is the route that Quinn Ewers just missed the throw on. It's just what it is. And he was going to that inside receiver on that wheel route, going to the outside. But this is really getting me in some Madden feels, chat. And I know maybe you guys are more, your Madden tolerance is a little bit higher. You guys are sick of Madden. But like I say, you know, we're not gaming right now. I say right now, chat. But us Googling passing concepts and passing routes is like the first step. Like subconsciously, we've probably already made the decision to get back into it. It's just how long is that going to take for it to actually, you know, manifest itself into becoming a real thing. Another offensive penalty on Ohio State. So if anything, the self-inflicted wounds on the Ohio State offense is keeping the Longhorns in the game. Another hold, this time the tackle. A run to the outside. Do we need to look up running concepts next? I think a pitch, maybe a halfback toss instead. You know, if you want to get technical on which blocking scheme is which. But, you know, pitch to the outside. And killers, too. Not, you know, ticky-tacky, 5-yarders, whatever. They're going full send on the penalties, chat. 10, 15 every time. And on second down, it's like, give yourself a little grace. You know, first down penalty. Underneath, this time it's not as successful as the last. 3rd and long. And we like that. Who's the defensive back from Texas? Because they had the Clemson transfer. Speaking of Clemson, guys, Clemson draft picks. He's a guy we have on our radar as well. From a draft sense, that's the only radar we're talking about. Whoa. Let's see here. Texas. He's 85th right now on Tankathon. Andrew Makuba, if I said that right. 3rd, so they got him in the 3rd round. Ooh, to LA. They have him mocked to LA. That's kind of a fun pick for him. Do I kind of like this safety class this year, chat? Malachi Starks, Xavier Watts, Mabuka, Nick Emanwari from South Carolina, Winston Jr. from Penn State. Yeah, Starks, Watts, Mabuka, Makuba. This is going to be a fun potential class. Where do they have Watts going? Oh, Watts to the Colts. That just got a crazy reaction. That just got an orgasm out of us, chat. Xavier Watts to the Colts. I would be all in. I don't even care if they have us taking him 11 spots higher from the big board of the mock draft. It doesn't matter. We need defensive back help. Xavier Watts would be great for the team. 4th down, another punt for Ohio State. Okay, we're second quarter, 5 minutes left. I mean, as you can tell, chat, I think we're now to the point where we're fully watching the game. Now that we realize that, at least at this point, you know, it's not a slaughtering. Texas is going to get the ball here with, you know, maybe there's, one possession more per team. So we at least know, at least going into halftime, it'll probably be close. The biggest jinx of all time for Texas, I know. But at least we should say it's on pace to be close going into halftime. We have to be super careful with the terminology, chat, because, I mean, we don't want to be responsible for the ones jinxing Texas and making Ohio State win. You know, if we want to blame the refs, if we want to blame Sarkisian, if we want to blame Quinn Ewers, like, make no mistake, we will find places to point fingers if they lose this game ultimately. But it's not going to be because we didn't get, you know, the lucky seating position and we didn't stay there, or we didn't, you know, acknowledge any jinx-worthy things we might say. Like, you know, it's not going to be our fault. We're going to do our due diligence as a fan and make sure that, we are putting any kind of positive because like we said, we can't really put out positive Texas energy. We're not Texas fans, but at least we can put out some anti-Ohio State energy, and maybe that just de facto helps Texas. We can at least weaken Ohio State. You know, we're not going to help out Texas, but we will weaken Ohio State. I don't know if that's too political, chat, to start discussing moves that way, but regardless, that is, as a Michigan fan, that's how we are allied with them. No direct help, no supplies. You know, we're not, like, I don't know if we're gonna give them game planning tips. You know, we're not going all out, but we will maybe leak some footage. I don't know what the equivalent would be, but we will potentially help weaken Ohio State by trying to jinx Texas. But shout out. We would love to have Watts on the Colts. Starks to the Panthers. Future NFC South champions. If they can get past Michael Penix and the Falcons next year. The deadly potential dangerous Falcons, we should say. The potential keep an eye out for the Atlanta Falcons. Oh, speaking of which, chat. I don't know if I said it already at the top, but Sam will be joining us at this point. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Joining us. Fortunately, the man is out in Cali and still able to join in. Oh, whoa, chat. That was a close one. Whoa, we almost had it happen again. Leaking some personal information out on the pod. Okay, I think we're smooth sailing now. Of course, there's probably some nerd hacker out in the chat right now that's gonna hack in anyways, and it's not even gonna matter. But if it's gonna be the nerd hackers that take us down, like that's the way to do it. You know, we don't want it to be our fault. We don't want it to be, a silly mistake. But again, out in Cali, thoughts and prayers with everybody in LA. Crazy, crazy stuff. And I saw a graphic as well too, comparing just the acreage, the amount of acreage that was on fire for this fire, which they referred to it as the Palisades fire. I guess I don't know what the LA fires. It probably honestly might just be the LA fires because of how impactful this is, but just the amount of acreage impacted by it in this one versus the iconic Chicago fire from, I don't know, was that late 1800s, early 1900s? From over 100 plus years ago, but that is still, so iconic for the amount of destruction that it caused. Just the total land devastation. I don't know, like, property overall is really, I don't know what was all comparison there, but just the total amount was totally insane. The size and the scope of all the damage, and you've seen some of the numbers floated out there as well too. And then I saw earlier today that San Francisco, there was like some earthquake out in the ocean, which probably not the most shocking news that there's an ocean earthquake, but I think this one was, getting close and pretty sizable as well too. I don't know exactly, what kind of impact it caused on land. Make no mistake, chat, we're not diving into the super social media posts too far, but hopefully all is well. I think it did say that all is well, so at that point it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, okay, did it get Sam? But seemed like everybody's okay. So the man said he's good to go. He's calling in. Everything's okay. And again, thoughts and prayers, of course, with everybody out in LA, everybody out in Cali, everybody affected. Tragic, but Texas with a third down, 3rd and 5. Only 1 third down conversion so far in the first half. So what did we say? 1 possession each? I mean, it's been quick 3 and outs either side. They could 3 and out and then get the ball back, but this could be the start of the... Oh, no way. Isaiah Bond, the former Alabama receiver, wide open on third down, chat. He just dropped it. He convulsed. He tried jumping in the air and grabbing it, and for some reason he just had some kind of convulsion. I don't know if he stroked out in midair or what, but he literally just orgasmed and dropped the ball. He had so much pleasure in catching that pass. Unbelievable. A critical third down. Ohio State now has a chance to... And Ohio State's going to get the ball to start the second half, aren't they? So fortunately, I mean, in the back of my mind, I know it's probably going to be like 3 to 10 points, maybe between those two drives. And they might not necessarily be totally destroying Texas after this upcoming stretch here. But, I mean, 21-0 in, about 30 minutes is definitely on the board. 30 minutes of real time if we're including, that halftime break in there. But it's close to happening if this drive is able to be successful. They have, average field position, 27-yard line. So not a crazy advantage there. In a good first down stop. So the run defense has picked up. They slithered through on that first rushing touchdown. But what happened to Sark's game plan? He was really cooking with those first two plays, chat. I guess his first play was a one-handed catch by his receiver, followed up by then the end around. He was remember those days, chat. He was really on one back in the first drive. Oh, batted on second down, third and long. So stopping the clock as well, too, with 2:40. So, yes, Texas, if they can get a stop here on third down, will get the ball back for another drive. At this point, it's just a drive to kill clock. It's not even a drive to score. Texas just not going to score in this half. Maybe a field goal. Texas might get 3. Texas is not scoring a touchdown. Not an offensive touchdown anyways. Maybe they get a defensive touchdown. Pick 6 on third down. Will Howard, throw it to the flats. Throw it to the outside. A nice sideline, easy run for the defender. He's looking that way. Oh, but he's swallowed up by the defense. Swallowed up by the defensive line. So they're giving him trouble now. Stepping up in the run, pressuring the pass. We saw him get that holding call on the outside. The defensive line is definitely stepping up. I think, because I was saying earlier, I thought the Texas run defense was pretty decent this year. Let's double check that, chat. And see if we can get some stats. Yeah, overall, they were 4th in points per game. Just total defense. They allowed 111 rush yards per game. Let's see if we can get just a team leaderboard here for the rush leaders. Oh, here we go. Team defense. And they were rushing 165 for themselves, so at least that gap is good. Okay, yeah, 4th overall passing yardage, and then 14th overall in the rushing yards as well. So, you get like crazy schools like Michigan not even allowing 100. Ohio State, though, their run defense, of course, right up there as well. Oh, and the number 1 pass defense. Jesus. Ohio State, what are we doing? Is this turnovers forced? I was like, how does your defense have a turnover? Imagine your defense had 2 turnovers a game. Where you have, excuse me. Where you have like 2 fumbles where you recover it and your guy's just running and both times they get smacked out again. Recovered by the other team. It would be the unluckiest team of all time. Well, no, unluckiest team of all time might be a little strong, but it would be a very unfortunate team if their own defense was just turning the ball back over twice a game. I mean, how many turnovers do you even get a game if you're a leading defense? Imagine like 3. In college, maybe 4 if you're the number 1. Let's see. Opponent turnovers. Let me just make sure I'm reading this right, chat. But literally just clarifies it as opponent turnovers. So, yeah, I guess the league leader in turnovers would have been Bama at 2.5. So, yeah, your defense would literally just be negating all your turnovers at that point, if that was the case. Notre Dame as well at 2.2. So I guess just barely over 2, not quite 2.5. But Notre Dame also at 2.2. Colorado at 2.1. See, now I'm thinking it's times Colorado turned it over themselves. But I imagine, Shiloh Sanders, shout out. Travis Hunter, I guess, on defense as well. Making Colorado one of the most effective defenses in the nation. But Texas, top 10 in turnovers. So turnovers, like maybe Ohio State's one weakness for defense. I guess, yeah, 88 in the nation if, we're not counting the 16-way tie at 1.3. But, they've at least gotten almost forced turnovers a couple of times. A couple of forced fumbles anyways. Not quite able to recover them, but... Oh, a trivia question for the Thunder game? I mean, is it a must if you do a broadcast, you just have to have a trivia question? I fully support it. I love it, but it's just one of those things where you're just like, okay, are they just going through the motions and doing this? No, I don't think anybody's innovated the trivia question segment. There hasn't been a new revelation, a new addition to the trivia segment question yet. It's still... research brought to you by Aflac. How many guys wore fake mustaches while hitting a home run in the 1942 World Series? I don't know. Maybe 42 is a bad year to pick. Did they even have a series in 42? But, back in the day anyways. In a 22-point game, Thunder Knicks, 7.5 left in the third quarter. So, we're really about 2 or 3 minutes away from... the Knicks probably mentally giving up, and then, if they already haven't already, and then from Thibodeau in the fourth quarter, pulling his guys. So that one, whoa, hey, yo. That's crazy. I'm so sorry. Thibodeau pulling his guys is wild. That's my bad. IT, if you can go ahead and just erase that from the live stream, I don't know how. Hopefully we're on a delay. Hopefully we're on a delay and we're able to take that out. If we're not on a delay, make no mistake. It'll be called the Tom Thibodeau delay. This is how laws get named in like rules and regulations. You're like, why is it called the Jimmy Cooks law? Oh, because Jimmy Cooks did what back in the day? It'll be the Tom Thibodeau polling law because the Rem and Sam pod has to be on a delay because Rem said that Tom Thibodeau is going to pull his guys in the fourth quarter. But, basketball-wise, that's just what he's going to do. If they're down 30, he's just going to sub them out. I guess we could just say it like that. Tom Thibodeau is going to sub out his guys in the fourth quarter. That is it. Sub them out. And just stops there. Oh, a Ewers scrambles. He got clocked. The neurosurgeon, dial in. Ewers took a massive hit. Get this man evaluated for a concussion in the second half. Arch Manning's going to have to play. They're going to have to take Ewers out. Yep, send him to the sideline. Somebody take a timeout. Was that Ohio State? Texas? Maybe they are actually evaluating him. Gutsy run, though. We can put that in the gutsy run category. I don't know why he was going for the first down. It was right there. You got to give him his credit. Oh, they're going to review this, I bet, because he's short on the replay. So I guess, the fact that they're replaying it and he's short. We've watched enough basketball. Pause. We've watched enough basketball or football. We can put 2 and 2 together. We know what's going on, hopefully. So all for nothing. They're going to overturn it. Quinn Ewers going to go to second down. They're probably going to have to, like, 10-second runoff. But he had, inched him closer to field goal range, of course. 7-3 would be crazy. Seven to 3, and you played this bad. Quinn Ewers minus 9 yards carrying on the day. The sack yardage, of course, probably adding in there, not helping out. But let's see. I know Wills Howard's numbers are. Yeah, he is. Oh, why is my mouse not working? There we go. 13 of 18 for 125. Compared to Ewers right now, 8 of 16 for 91. I mean, Will Howard might just be taking Ewers' spot in the draft. I know Ewers is still going to get a lot of love, as he should. He's still a talented guy. But he's just genuinely being outplayed by Howard right now. Who, make no mistake, not putting up a first-round talent type game, but I don't know. That throw was impressive earlier. We need to give the man some more credit. I want to say that I'm not biased towards some guys because, like Stroud, I guess we did end up getting biased towards Stroud because that was post-draft, though, because Anthony Richardson, it was more of a Colts-Texans thing than it was a Michigan-Ohio State thing. Like, Stroud, the QB prospect, we were all in on. Oh, and 4th and 1, they do bring in Manning. Oh, I thought it was going to be 2nd and 1. 4th down. So, yeah, that's, I guess, why he was lunging forward for the hit. We're just continuing to be distracted by a 25-point Thunder blowout. But I don't think they're evaluating Quinn Ewers. I think it's Arch Manning for the mobility, for the scrambling. Oh, a trick play. Under center. No, they snap it to Manning. Whoa. And Manning fumbles. Manning. Hopefully he was down. I think he was on the ground. The rare double trick play that's actually, it was a double trick play, so it cancels out and it's not a trick play. But it's a trick play because it's tricky. It's the rare what the heck is going on play. Yeah, I think Manning definitely down, though. It was close. The man was flopping around and he definitely got popped. Ooh, that is close, chat. The ball might have been coming loose. Pause. It might have been, he might have gotten his knee down just in time, but it might have started to move. I don't even know how they're going to tell. Okay, slow it down. Super slow-mo. Oh, I don't know, chat. They're in slow motion. Yeah, I think his knee hits the ground just in time. See, the thing is, he's still got like he's still like palming it a little bit, but he had it tucked. And the fact that it started to loosen out, it's like after the ground, then it was out of his palm. But I think the nose of that is just starting to move around right before his knee hits the ground. I guess it just, like, if you're a ref, it just becomes what year do you want to make your call in, Do you want to make your call in 2025 where we have these super slow-mo cameras, or do you want to make your call in 2015 where we have good cameras, but you look at it and go, it's just not quite enough. Like, I can see that it's really close, but it's not enough. Yeah, they're not going to overturn it. 1st and 10. Ewers back in, I assume. I can't tell. White guy's little screen. Yep, number 3. Ewers dropping back. Underneath. They get into field goal range. He breaks a tackle for more. So with 40 seconds left, they get into the red zone. 2 timeouts. At least they'll have a couple shots at the end zone. Which does make me a little bit nervous. It makes me think that they're setting themselves up for a Quinn Ewers, Drew Aller situation. Drew Aller throwing a pick at the end of last night's game. Quinn Ewers, will he mess up this drive with a bad pass? I just don't know, chat. But they're inside the 20. 40 seconds. They don't trust him. No! Whoa! It almost happened. Oh, Chad, it almost happened, and it almost happened worse than we could have possibly imagined. They literally didn't, like we're saying, they didn't even trust Ewers. They just threw a screen, and he almost threw a pick on the screen. Oh, right to the guy, Chad. Yikes, Quinn Ewers. They can't even throw screens with him in the red zone. I think you just have to play for the field goal at this point. Oh, the Buckeyes have 3 timeouts left, so they're going to take one now. That is incredible, chat. Quinn Ewers almost with an all-time... almost an all-time announcer's jinx on Quinn Ewers right there. That is no good. Shark has to just be looking at the rest of his playbook, just sweating at the rest of the passes, going, I don't even know what to call. Bring in Arch Manning again for the Wildcat. Maybe they do, chat. Run the ball, play for the field goal, couple timeouts. You got a couple plays left. Okay, Thunder, can they cut it to 20 here? 3 minutes, 2.5 in the third. If they can get it under 20 going into the fourth, you at least have to keep your guys in the game, I think. You get to 25, 30, you go, okay, I understand what you're doing. But especially after the run you just had, and especially after... and there it is! Quinn Ewers' touchdown! The running back out of the backfield. Jade on blue, chat. They're going to tie the game with 30 seconds. Ohio State could not move the ball with the penalties in the first half. The offensive line penalties, absolutely killer. But, you know, if you're the Knicks, you get it. If you're the Thunder, you know, you're hoping the Knicks wave the flag and you can just go, okay, after this run we're having, we can just sit some guys here for a couple extra minutes. But if the Knicks are 18, 17 points, it's at least see what happens. You're in see what happens territory. Can Brunson make it feisty? Can McBride hit some threes? Josh Hart? I was going to say Josh Hart for 6th man of the year, but he's in the starting lineup. So, unfortunately, not qualifying for a key part of the list, which would be actually being off the bench. But in terms of role guys, does there need to be like a role guy award? Because I think that's the other part with the 6th man trophy, is it's like a role guy award, but again, Sam's running late, people. He said he'll update. He said he'll be on soon. But oh geez, that just wiped their memory. What were we saying? I forget. Oh, that's no good, chat. What do you do? It is what it is. Quinn Ewers at least one passing touchdown in 27 straight games. Longest streak in the FBS. I think that maybe is that a Ewers stat or is that a Sarkisian stat? Is that a Texas offense stat? You know, the offensive line for Texas, one is not getting penalties, but it is probably a little bit better than Ohio State's offensive line as well. I mean, Texas, of course, with Banks, has one of the most formidable offensive lines in all the country. Yeah, 118 yards in the first portion of, the first quarter of the game. 43 for Ohio State in the second. The Texas defense stepping up. 29 seconds. They need to get a stop. Ohio State does have 2 timeouts. The blitz off the edge. Oh, Henderson, the screen underneath. No way. He's going to go the distance. I don't even have to look. He just scored a touchdown. Ohio State immediately responds to Texas. Ah. Henderson underneath on the screen. Where was the defense? I mean, prevent defense. Were they preventing tackles? I don't know what was going on there, chat. They were just so far down the field. Nobody was around him. There was so much space. I mean, it was more wide open than like a kickoff. Running that like initial before you kind of get to the big group. Close on the extra point for Ohio State, but 14-7. Would you rather it be 7-0 or 14-7, chat? I know it's literally the same score in a way, down 1 touchdown, but a real momentum killer. And this is actually working out into our worst fear, like we were saying earlier, with Ohio State getting the ball, I believe, to start the second half. Let's double check, chat. Make sure. Is there any chance that... No, Texas did get the ball first. Ohio State's going to get the ball to start the second half. They're going to have a chance to make it 21-7. So at least it's not 21-0, but outside of a drive at the end of the half where maybe the Ohio State defense was, again, in that preventative thing like Texas and maybe a little loose, pause, it's the only other drive they've given up the points, chat. Come on, Texas, return this kickoff. You got to run this kickoff back. Whoa, Ohio State, the rare timeout pre-kickoff. Lined up for the kickoff. They got to rethink this? Is Ohio State going to do an onside kick here? I mean, what are we doing, Ohio State? Just play the game. What are we doing? Don't try to get tricky and do an onside kick. There's 13 seconds left. We don't have time for this. We're ready for halftime, people. It's 14-7, and they just swung all the momentum back with the biggest play of the game. And we need to go to the booth. We need to go to the studio crew. I can't see Ohio State anymore after that stuff. It is honestly, it's honestly quite a blessing, chat, that they didn't score their biggest plays until the end of the half. So at least we don't have to watch too much more of the first half with the momentum of the big plays under Ohio State. It can just get washed away in a couple seconds. So they just kick it off normal. So who knows? Procedural timeout, Ryan Day. Not happy with the way his team is executing the kickoff lineup, apparently. But not happy with what he's seeing. So Quinn Ewers' numbers look kind of good now. 10 for 19, 133, and a touchdown. But I don't know. That running back was kind of open, too. You kind of got to hit that guy. Kind of got to make that throw. 13 seconds. I mean, can Quinn Ewers make a big play here? Ohio State only has 3 on the line. They rush 4, and they just run the ball. Nice little gain by Blue, but they're just packing it in before the half, chat. Pause. Whoa. That one surprised myself. Okay, a timeout to drop a play. You're going to run the ball for nothing and then stop the clock? I guess you're just setting yourself up for another play. But still, just throw the ball. Honestly, I maybe trust Quinn Ewers throwing a little more down the field than a screen. At least if it's a screen, the odds of it, at least if it's down the field, like the odds of it being a pick six like a screen, at least those go down a little bit. You want Ewers throwing his interceptions down the field, make no mistake, not on the line of scrimmage. You don't want those picks going to the house. So OKC's reclaimed it by 26. 30 seconds left in the third. Yeah, they may push this to 30. We may get a full break fourth quarter from Knicks Thunder. That'd be crazy. Shea, he could use the break. And they could use the mental fourth quarter rest as well, too. Those games, you know, they had the Knicks recently that was close. Again, as well. That, like we're saying, that Cavs gave me the night. Of course, went down to the wire. So they could just use the mental break. Oh, excuse chat. Replay assistance, very boring. Gives us the ons, but 2 seconds left. I guess they're just going to get a Hail Mary attempt here. Oh, Quinn Ewers can't even throw this far. They're going to have to bring in Arch Manning for the Hail Mary attempt. I don't know if Quinn Ewers can throw this. Well, Quinn Ewers got a cannon. I take that back. Quinn Ewers is working with some decent limbs. Whoa, hey. Oh. Two seconds. Ball on their across their own 50. I think they're at like 45, 46. Shout out Bevo the Bull. Bevo the Longhorn in the house. As long as the Georgia Bulldogs random Bulldog is not around, Bevo is okay to go. Bevo and Bulldogs do not mix well, apparently. Okay, Ewers is going to roll out on this drop back. Oh, Ewers! He launches it! It was almost intercepted, and it didn't quite make it there, but on the run, rolling out, that was quite a pass. I'm impressed. Ewers, the next Zach Wilson. Who knows, chat? Halftime, 14-7. At least Texas got on the board. So, like we're saying, it ended up being the same result as it was basically the entire half, which maybe karmically makes sense that we had this score. But at least Texas had a drive that had success at some point in this game. So something to hang your hat on going into halftime. And as we get ready for the second half, don't go anywhere, people. The second half of this game is going to be exciting. Like I said, Sam is going to be joining us very, very soon for the finish of this game. And hopefully Steve Sarkisian and Texas are able to pull together a game plan to be able to stop this team, because make no mistake, we don't want it to be Buckeyes versus the Fighting Irish, but that's what it's looking like, chat. That's what it's looking like. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Okay, welcome back, people. We've officially made the switch for the NBA game on in the background. It is no longer Thunder Knicks. It is now Kings Celtics. The Kings up by 14, maybe 13 if Brown is able to knock in this free throw, maybe 12 if he's able to hit the one after that. But double-digit lead on Boston with about 5.5 left in the fourth quarter. Does Doug Christie know what he's doing, people? The man, I believe, is like 4 or 5 wins as the interim coach. Maybe a 6th one if they're able to pull out the victory here in Boston. So, yeah, Jaylen Brown cuts it to 12. De'Aaron Fox is not on the floor right now. We're getting some Devin Carter minutes. So, I guess he's been out, though, as of late. So, that would make sense. But this team now with Devin Carter finding a rhythm, the future, no Fox? I don't know. Are we getting a sneak peek? Is this what it's going to look like in a couple of weeks when they make the trade? Well, Jaylen Brown just cooked Jalen Carter on that possession. Spun around, isolation, crazy. So maybe they just need to keep Fox for a little bit. But while the Ohio State-Texas game is in halftime, there was a bit of news that dropped over the last couple of days that I did feel like we needed to address. Are we going to be the Joey Badass this year, people? Are we going to be picking beef with people and trying to start fights and being diss tracks on other types of shows and stuff? But Billboard was they released a top album ranking of the 21st century. And let me see if I can pull this up here and find the complete list. But, oh, is this artist? Oh, no, artist with the most #1 albums this century. Shout out, I guess, Taylor Swift, of course. But they released a list of the most important albums of the 21st century and the most important songs of the 21st century as well. So, 2025, I guess I was really concentrated on 2025 being the halfway point of the 2020s decade. But I guess we are the quarter century mark overall. So can we do all century content this year, people? Wow. That just dawned on me. Subscribe to the REMINGTOM pod, people. This is going to be crazy. We're going to be doing a whole lot of all century, 21st century content this year. Who knows what we'll be able to cook up. But Billboard dropped these lists. Oh, we're just going to have to go to Instagram, people. It's just what it is. We're just going to have to start going to Instagram because we're not going to be able to go to TikTok in a couple of days. It's official. The TikTok run is over. Let's see if we can find it. And I guess for us personally, it actually won't be that big of an adjustment because I was maybe the only person that wasn't actually on TikTok. But, of course, doesn't mean it's not a big deal that it's not going away. Plus, it's been talked about been going away for so long that we weren't actually behind. We were actually way ahead of the game. That's what we should have been saying this whole time, people. We were like, it's going to just be getting banned. I'm just ahead of the game. Just getting used to life without it. I don't need to have TikTok now because I'm just not going to have it in 2025. And I think officially now TikTok will be banned. Okay, here we go, people. Top 100. What did they have it here actually listed as? Take a look. Billboard albums 21st. Okay, top Billboard 200 albums of the 21st century on Billboard's charts of the first 25 years of the century. The 200 position ranking is based on performance on the weekly 200 Billboard's chart from start of 2000 through the end of 2024. Okay, so this is like a chart based. So this is not like an actual necessarily like publication ranking. This is like a actual Billboard chart type ordeal here. And the number one, I guess, best Billboard album of the century is the Morgan Wallen album. That's pretty crazy. Who would have guessed the Midwest would have been carrying the streaming numbers? But of course, Adele, Taylor Swift, the Hamilton soundtrack in the top 5 is, I think it definitely makes sense. Like, I don't know if I would have initially had thought, if we were going like 25, 21st century best albums, most impactful, whatever. I don't know how quickly I would have gotten to the Hamilton answer, but in fact, from the streaming standpoint as well, too, that I was just able to chart up in that position. Just shows you the powerhouse, of course, of that soundtrack. But I think it does make sense as well, too. So Morgan Wallen twice in the top 10. So Morgan Wallen and Taylor Swift both in the top 10 twice. Post Malone is not in the top 10 twice. Top 12 twice. Ed Sheeran not in the top 10 as well, too. That's honestly kind of surprising. That just shows you how stacked some of these numbers are. Hamilton over Ed Sheeran from a streaming standpoint. Is the list rigged? I feel like every mall you go into in America, you hear an Ed Sheeran song playing. So I just assume that it would also be in the top 5. But the first album that we really care about if we're looking at the hip-hop albums, I guess, shout out Posty as well, but Lil Baby with My Turn at number 8. So I guess, again, this is going based on a charting sort of metric. But if we're looking at the whole 21st century, I don't know, does the recency of the Lil Baby release as well, too, help it? And not that this was obviously his most recent release with My Turn. He's had a couple albums since then. But just in terms of a 21st century album list, I think My Turn was released, 2020? So, it's not doesn't have the runtime of some of these. Like, when was this Nickelback album released? I assume this was like an early 2000s. Make no mistake, we're not caught up on Nickelback. But, like, that would have, if it was released, maybe a little longer ago, maybe it's dropped down the charts, might sort of bounce it back down a little bit. So it's like, okay, maybe since Lil Baby, it's only been out a couple years. Maybe this is why it helps. I mean, not that Lil Baby's not a mega charting star as well, too. We all know that. But it's just crazy that it got up on here over some of the Drake albums as well, too. Where's the number 1 Drake album? Yeah, he's not even in the teens. Not to turn into academics here, but, you would assume what the numbers are. Eminem as well. Kendrick, like Good Kid, Mad City from a Billboard standpoint is one of those albums that was breaking records for how long it was on the charts. Let's see what Billboard chart record it broke. Because I know maybe a couple, but there was a couple of streak ones in there as well. Let's see. What will the AI give us? This is crazy, chat. That's actually one of the first times, maybe not one of the first times, but like actually waiting for the AI to give us the result. Because up until, a lot of this point, it's been, screw this AI. I just want to scroll down and get to the old school Google. But it's like, just give me the summary. I just want a quick answer. So currently it's in the top 50. It's number 45. Oh, as of May 15th. So the AI Google a little bit behind on some of the days. Almost pushing up on a year behind. But regardless, a year ago, it was still 10 years in the top 50 Billboard list. This statistic adds to it's the longest charting hip-hop album of all time and bolsters that spot within the top 15 top 15 longest charting albums any genre. So yeah, April 30th, 2024. 600 weeks? It says in the Google search thing. Yeah, the Compton rapper's major label debut has now spent 600 consecutive weeks on the Billboard chart. This was back in April. And I don't know if it has necessarily dropped off since then. I could be wrong. Does it say here if it's still charting? Maybe it's just not in like any record-setting category. Maybe it's got a little bit ways to go before it gets back, or maybe it just has broken all the records that it needs to break. But I feel like there'd be an article that would say it dropped off the Billboard list as well too, if it had. Yeah, I would assume it's still charting up there very high. So again, even if this is still like numbers, metric based, whatever you want to say, you know, the 200 position ranking is based, is what it says here, based on performance on the weekly Billboard 200 chart from the start of the 2000s through the end of the 2024. Like that, I feel like the time would actually help out the album like Good Kid, Mad City instead of My Turn, where Good Kid, Mad City's been charting for 15 years. And I don't even know where My Turn would be at the moment. But let me see if there's actually, because I know some of the Billboard stuff is behind paywalls. I don't know what's behind paywalls. But I know we can look up some of the streaming numbers. Let's see if My Turn is streaming more than Good Kid, Mad City. Oh, that might not be the right URL. Let's see here. Oh, .org chat. I guess it's a reputable source. If we rank the hip hop albums here, and of course this is going to be, I guess we can go in the moment or all time. And again, this is just Spotify streaming as well. So this is not fully the Billboard 200. No, the correlation there, I'm sure, is not necessarily perfect, but it's at least a way to, I mean, at the end of the day, they're both popularity metrics. And it's both what are people listening to. So at least it's another way to do that. Pause. But let's see, all time. Yeah, right now we're looking for just specifically. So you've got Good Kid, Mad City as the 20th streamed album all time in terms of total streams. And My Turn for Lil Baby, not in the top 25. Is it still in the top 35? Top 40? Top 50, chat? I mean, Culture's too? Oh, there we go. My Turn by Lil Baby at 49. Most streamed album. Again, all time. So maybe that's not totally fair because of, again, the length of time that Good Kid, Mad City's been out. But if we go current daily streams, of course, Kendrick is number one with GNX over Tyler. Heroes and Villains, number 3 today. That's actually crazy, chat, because I was bumping Heroes and Villains at the gym today. I've been bumping a lot of Metro Boomin today. Not that that's necessarily a hot take in itself, but just, I guess for me, comparatively, it was a heavy Metro Boomin day than, you know, maybe your average whatever an average Metro Boomin rotation is. But anyways, yeah, so in terms of daily streams, it's at 2.8 million. It's the 24th most daily stream. So today, it was the 24th most streamed hip-hop album out of all the hip-hop albums on Spotify. My Turn, I think I saw that number was in the one something. It's a little lower in the daily than it is all time. 62, 1.5 million times it was played today. So I don't know if this list is accurate. The first comment, how Billboard is losing credibility. Maybe that's why you subscribe to the REM Pod. But shout out to the Kings taking down the Celtics, Chad. Holding the Celtics to 97 points. Doug Christie. I thought they fired Mike Brown because maybe they were unhappy with the way Mike Brown was with the way the team was playing. And that could definitely be true. The team has been one of the worst in the Western Conference. But maybe they just made the move because Doug Christie is so good, Chad. Doug Christie is the man. He's the guy to lead this team. Sabonis, unstoppable 23. DeRozan with 24. Sabonis with 23. Monk with 22. Murray with 19. The balance, chat. Tatum. Do we need to do a quick sidetrack Tatum stat check? Just to see what he's been up to recently. Because we've been checking in on some of the three-point shooting performances as of late. And I just want to take a look. Okay, 36% on the season. But again, for Tatum, you know, that's kind of in the range where it's been for his career. So he's not too far off on the full season. But let's go. Okay, 36%. Can we find an amount of games that proves our point, chat? This is what we need. Okay, here we go. Last 14, 33%. We can't find a stretch. He's been okay. But as of late, if we just obviously cut out this performance that's 4 for 8, that's beneficial for him. So it's like maybe he's a little streaky, you know, back-to-back games here. I guess Chicago and Philly, not great teams, but 56% in those games. Philly on Christmas, he was balling out. But I guess, yeah, if we go since Christmas, chat, 31% from 3, 45% from the field. Not the most efficient stretch from Tatum, that's for sure. But yeah, Chad, I agree. I agree with the real MI for sure. Absolutely. Billboard losing credibility. I mean, Good Kid, Mad City. It's literally the streaming numbers. It's crushing my turn. It's over my turn in all of the Billboard charts, all that stuff. It's the first album to achieve the 600 weeks. Good Kid, Mad City has also extended its lead as the longest running non-greatest hits hip-hop album on the chart, ahead of Drake's Take Care, J. Cole's 2014 Forest Hills Drive, and Kanye West's Graduation, among others. Yeah, Eminem's compilation, the 2014 or 20 Eminem's 2004 compilation Curtain Call the Hits remains the longest charting hip-hop project period, having spent over 681 weeks and counting on the 200 Billboard. And I know they count all of the hits albums in all of the stats. Like if you look up the I think the best-selling album of all time is technically the Eagles' like best hits album. Let's see. But I don't even know if those should count, because of course that album should be amazing. You know, it's like that's literally what the point of that album is. And maybe it's not, you know, it's impressive because it's not guaranteed that everybody just buys, I guess, the hits version of the album, because, you know, it's like, well, maybe I just want to listen to the album. You know, if your album catalog is so strong, like Kendrick would be an interesting example for that. Like if Kendrick dropped a hits album, no, Kendrick hits album would go crazy. But the point would be, shout out. Of course it's Thriller, chat. How could we doubt Michael Jackson? Literally, Dama, you know, just wiping down everybody on this list. But wait a second. From available markets? Yo, yeah. So if you look at... Here, can we sort by this way instead? So I guess the second greatest selling... So shout out to Thriller. See, that's what we're talking about, chat. Just a real great project with all hits, an album that is amazing just because it's an amazing album, not because they're cheating and throwing together hits. Like, Eminem's great. I'm not going to sit here and disrespect the Curtain Call album and the legacy of Eminem because he made so many hits he had to put them on one album. But I'm just saying, though that's a cheat code, chat. We're actually concerned about like the fact that you're bumping the full album, because the other thing as well too is with the streaming, sometimes the way songs can be searched for and played and what's given to you, it's sometimes the hits albums are fed to you versus the actual project themselves. I feel like Tupac is a little like that with some of the Tupac songs. Well, I've got so many, I've got basically full albums of his saved into my playlist that it knows what to give you. Pause. But, like California Love, like it's almost always going to give you, when you originally search that, the version off of the greatest hits album version that was released in 98, almost always versus the one that is actually on the All Eyes on Me album. And I don't know if from at least a streaming number standpoint, if it's all the same. I know like a single versus an album, if you listen to the single version or whatever, it's all the same, but I don't know if like you listen to the California Love. And I guess on the hits album, it's the original album. It's labeled the original version versus it's labeled the remix on the album. But I don't know if it goes all into the same number anyways. But I just that's a cheat code, chat. The greatest hits album shouldn't actually count for it's like, I don't know what the right comparison is for it, because obviously the money you make from it counts. We're not saying that, that's a real deal. We're not saying that an artist shouldn't make it either for that reason. I'm just saying, when we're calling an album the longest running charting hip hop album in the Billboard history, it's like for the Curtain Call, of course, it's literally all of his hits. It's doesn't count. But the fact that a guy's able to make an album, and Eminem has albums that have charted for an amazing amount. This is not an anti-Eminem thing. It's just an anti-hits album getting credit over a regular album. Like if you said, what is the second best-selling album of all time? I think the answer is Hotel California. I think you got to tell people Hotel California, not their greatest hits album, even though it did sell, almost 10 million more certified copies and made them a whole lot more money. And was just like released in the same year as well too. But I mean, look at it's like songs from a 5-year span. Like they just took like the best song off of what, like 2 albums, their first 4 albums. It's like, I mean, of course that's gonna sell amazing. Everybody's gonna want to hear all of the greatest songs. A Drake imagine the Drake greatest hits album. I know the Drake people are gonna be like, oh, that'd be the pause the longest album of all time, Drake. But, it's like, of course that album is going to be probably the greatest selling Drake album of all time. It'll be the one album you can actually listen to from start to finish. But, it's like, it's just all the man's hits. It'd be stacked. The Kendrick hits album would just be crazy stacked. Of course, Hotel California, an actual album. That's what should actually count and go down in the history books. But I don't know what they're saying reported sales versus total certified copies as well. And I don't really want to take the time to read it all to find out, but just to go by the certified copy rankings. The Bodyguard soundtrack? Okay, chat. You talked us into it. We'll be watching The Bodyguard tonight, I guess. It is what it is. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. See, even sometimes, like, I guess the Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, that counts. We'll definitely count that. But, where are we at, chat? Yeah, Baby with... So you got Lil Baby with My Turn as the #1 hip-hop album of uh, the 21st century. Can we make a list here quick, chat? Let me see if I can get a list started. And maybe we can actually, because I want to see actually just how they have the albums ranked that we care about. We need to just do our own filtering, chat. We can't sort this out. So we'll just have to do it on our own. So let me see if I can get a doc going here. Okay, chat. So we've got My Turn by Lil Baby. And that was the only one. That was top 10, right, chat? Was that not number 8? Number 8. The only one in the top 10. So yeah, I guess the only one in the top 20. And then we go, okay, Kendrick at 25. So only 2 hip hop albums in the 25, and it's Lil Baby and Kendrick. So makes sense as well too that it is this album. But again, I'm surprised it's not Good Kid, Mad City. Like, I'm not necessarily mad. Like, I mean, we all know that the moment that this album had, of course. And we know, I mean, the Pulitzer Prize, it won Best Album. It's not that this album is not a crazy project. And it's not that this album isn't, if we're talking the streaming charting stuff, not a crazy numbers album, but like, I mean, is Good Kid, Mad City still not literally just the number 1 most charting hip hop albums? So you've got another Kendrick album on here as well. But I mean, it's not going to be T-Pap again if we're doing a Billboard rankings. If this was specifically the best or whatever, then maybe you've got different rankings. But if we're doing a little charting thing in there as well too, counting some numbers, then makes sense. But SOS at 26, we'll throw that on our list, of course, because we care about that album maybe the most of any that we're going to read here so far. But Views at 28 by Drake, which I'm surprised Billboard just didn't give Drake the number 1 spot if they were glazing the numbers. But this also going down as the number 1 Drake album, which from a numbers standpoint, I think definitely makes sense. I mean, it was obviously his number 1 album in the moment, but I think it was still his number 1 that's being listened to. Let's go back to the Spotify. It's obviously between that and Scorpion, right? Take Care right under Good Kid, Mad City at 2.7 to 2.8. So yeah, I mean, you can see People Alone right now, and maybe with GNX they're bumping, Damn a little bit more, but it's at 4 million daily listeners right now at number 6 overall. And The Views is at 3.2 at number 14. Okay, so Scorpion is out the top 25. And not that it was on the list yet, but just because I think those were the 2 biggest number albums, right? Scorpion still did bigger numbers than CLB. Do we have to fact check that? I thought Views is his number 1 if we're talking first week, because it did over 1 million. And the peak, Drake, just peak Drake, Views Drake is, how popular he was and how hot he was at that moment. Pause. Was pretty crazy. Like, I just think the level that he got to with this album almost ranks this album a couple spots higher than maybe you would give it. But going back and listening to this album, like, this album is constantly, not that I don't already love, this album and the hits on this album, but it really is growing on me. And make no mistake, Chad, it's grown. Pause. It's there. This thing is fully erect on us. Whoa! Where's Sam? The man needs to get this thing under control. Pause. I guess we probably shouldn't say those 2 statements back to back, but Views did 1.04 million its first week. And then More Life, the mixtape. Oh, Scary Hours, Drake putting in the work. And then Scorpion, week 1, 732. So yeah, I think CLB was in the 600s as the first week numbers just continue to go down for the top albums in the game. Let's see here. Yeah, and then we go all the way to CLB in 2021, which did 613. So in terms of that charting numbers album, it would be between Scorpion and Views, and I think I would easily take Views as the better album there as well. But we'll see what Sam says. I think Sam might secretly be a Scorpion guy over Views. I think Nothing Was the Same might be his favorite Drake. I don't know. We'll get a Sam Drake album check-in. If I guess if he shows back up, chat, we'll see what happens. We shall see. Make no mistake. The man is a busy man. But Views by Drake. And I would even, say that Views is, to me, that's his second best album behind Take Care. I know you could say, again, Nothing Was the Same in there. Maybe if there is the younger kids listening to this that are going to say Scorpion, but which is, I guess, the next album on the list as well. Wait, did we miss one between Views at all? Do we want to throw Midnights by Taylor Swift on the list? Throw Bad Bunny. Oh, Shoot for the Stars, Aim for the Moon by Pop Smoke. How could we forget, chat? Okay. I like this. I got to be honest, outside if we just take My Baby and just place him, if he's at the number 1 position to get him out of the way, then this list actually makes a lot of sense. But even still, I don't know. Personally, I would. Oh, chat, we can't even spell. Chat, we're so bad at this. Okay. Apparently, we can't type and talk at the same time. R.I.P. of course. Pop Smoke. And again, our thoughts and prayers with everybody in the LA area. But if I was doing replay value, I would move Kendrick down. At least, I guess, again, for my rotation. Not Kendrick specifically, but this album I would move below these 3 albums. I think, of course, Good Kid, Mad City, replay-wise, would be over these 3. And GNX, as of right now, of course, we'd have to put it over SOS and Pop Smoke. I guess Pop Smoke over Drake just for our own rotation. I know we said the Drake thing, we would definitely give it to him, but would we bump Pop Smoke more than Drake? I don't know. But Scorpion by Drake was next. And then, okay, so I guess the hip-hop albums start to flood in a little bit more. If we're also going to count, shout out Bad Bunny. We'll just give him a mention. But he did drop a new album recently as well, too, which, speaking of Lil Baby, was not going to, I saw the numbers for Bad Bunny was going to be less than Lil Baby, which I thought Bad Bunny was bigger than Drake, but maybe on an album-to-album, no hype, just release it to the fans. Maybe Drake is actually still the number 1 guy, but Juice WRLD and Eminem, of course, as the next 2. And we should also check in. Make no mistake, chat, the third quarter is a-going for Ohio State, Texas. Still 14-7. Ohio State is on top. Pause. Breaking the huddle right now. Out of timeout. But shout out, of course, if it was going to be a Juice album, it was going to be Goodbye and Good Riddance. And they also had the Juice album over X is not X, of course, by XXX. They had it over XXX's albums, if I'm not mistaken. Did we miss that, chat? Beforehand? Yeah, it wasn't in the top 10. So, of course, at the end of the day, we're Team Juice. We're not going to complain against our guy. But if we were just looking at the raw numbers, I think X would probably be the guy. How do you spell Ridden's chat? At this point in the Google search, we would know. We would already have broadened it up. And we wouldn't need to type out this much. No autocorrect? Did we get it right? Oh, geez. Google slacking. There we go, chat. Oh, man. That's how you know it's bad, when it's so off that the autocorrect doesn't even get it right. The autocorrect literally didn't even know it was the right word. Oh, look who's in the waiting room, chat. Look who decided to drop by tonight. Hopefully he didn't just see us misspell riddance so bad that the autocorrect thought it was residence. Let us take a quick break. Let us get the Sam portion of the REMINGTOM pod into the meeting. We'll be right back, chat. All right, people. He decided to show up for clutch time. He's like Ty Jerome. We just sub him in for the fourth quarter just to make big plays at the end of the game.
Shout out Ty Jerome. I mean, he was that Virginia team he was on. They were like #1 seed a couple of years. Like, that was a legit team.
Yeah. Did you see any of that Cavs Thunder game at all from the other night?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was cooking in that game.
I was like, whoa, geez Louise. Like, Cavs have real depth. I don't know.
Yeah, the depth is Ty Jerome. Ty Jerome was killing the Thunder in the fourth quarter.
I don't know. That Mobley Allen connection is real. Like, I mean, I think a lot of times people try to get Allen traded and they're like, oh, you can't do 2 bigs. You need 5 out. Blah, blah, blah. But, sometimes it helps to go against the trend and go against what everyone's doing. And, their size really helped against OKC team that's struggling for it, especially with Chet out. So. Yeah, that was a great game.
The rebounding late in that game was definitely a big reason why Cleveland was able to pull out ahead. And just like the fact that they weren't able to break it up as well. It's only been like 3 seasons that they've been together. They're in their 3rd season. But, Texas! I guess I think I'm a little bit ahead of you, but I don't want to spoil it too much.
I'm on 3rd and 7.
Jim. Big play, Jim.
Oh, big play, Jim.
But
geez. I told you it was close. Told you it's back and forth. You're trying to count him out.
I know. I was calling Texas out while you were joining the meeting, but I'm just gonna be more pessimistic because of Ohio State. I'm just gonna be more critical, more nervous.
Are you in for this Big Ten meeting, or do you just hate Ohio State that much that you're like, yeah, just knock them out.
N-
Like, what
you-
would you rather have?
oh no, I'm not cheering for no Ohio State. We can't have
Wow.
Ohio State winning the national championship.
But what if Penn State beats them in the championship? Isn't that like a bigger letdown than losing in the semis
Well,
to
Notre
Texas?
Dame, right?
Or Notre Dame, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So unfortunately, there was a world there for a second where it would have been Big Ten either way, and even
Yeah.
with Oregon as well too. I guess technically Oregon's Big Ten now, but
Yeah.
if we're talking,
No, I forgot it was Notre Dame. I don't know why I was thinking it was Penn State. Man,
Yeah.
Aller had a tough day though.
it was almost Penn State until Drew Howard threw that pick. But
Yeah.
no, I have no Big Ten pride when it comes to Ohio State, and to be honest, like I don't really have that much conference pride in general. Like,
Yeah, that's a good question. Do you have conference pride? I don't know. I have a little bit.
yeah,
I think
have a
it's like
little
when
bit.
your team's bad, you know, like they're not
When you have
ever going to
nothing
win
else.
a championship. Yeah, exactly. But you
When-
guys did just win last year, so it makes sense.
Yeah, when you can't have pride in your team, I guess it makes sense. The only other thing you can have pride in is your conference. It's like
Yeah.
it's like socialistic fandom. It's like I can't. My team is
Mm,
not giving me enough. Like I can't get enough fandom from my own team, so I need some
Yeah.
revenue. It's revenue sharing fandom.
Okay.
You get the revenue sharing of the happiness of these other teams because it's called like a conference. So it's like if
I mean,
Ohio
it
State
is
does good,
literally, yeah, and I mean, it is literally revenue sharing too, because like if they are more popular, win
Yeah.
more, they'll get more fans, more money, and then you get just more in general. So
yeah. But I don't really fully ever buy in if it's like Big Ten versus SEC. Like if it's
Mm,
non-Michigan for me, it's anti-Ohio State. I'm either pro Michigan, anti-Ohio State, or I just root for players. Is basically the three
mm.
ways that I go. Pause.
So Texas against Notre Dame, who you going with?
Well, I mean Texas has Arch Manning. I think that's an easy pick for your boy. I'm always
He's
gonna.
not playing though.
Well, but he's on the team. Arch Manning still could be a national champion.
Oh, that's crazy. And he didn't even touch the ball.
Yeah, he didn't even do
He didn't
anything. I
play
just want to
in
call
the
the man a
playoffs.
champion.
That's funny.
Maybe he'll have it. I mean, there's still a game to go. Maybe he'll have a Tua moment. Maybe
Yeah.
he'll have his own sort of Hawk Tua
You know,
viral
knock on
halftime
wood. We don't
moment.
want anyone getting hurt.
Yeah, speaking of Hawk Tua, knock on wood.
Oh, geez. Oh,
But
gosh.
but maybe he does. Maybe he subs in second half for Quinn Ewers, gets hurt or something. Not or maybe you
Wait,
know,
did something
just
happen to
sucks.
Hawk Tour?
No, I just thinking
No.
about him just having like a viral instant,
Oh,
like just like
gosh.
a
He needs a
very quick
podcast.
viral moment. Yeah, and
That's
then
crazy.
instead of going into the NFL, gets podcast, but starts a Arch Manning coin instead of going as a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
That might be the move. I don't know. Hawk Tua might make more money than him after what she was able to. I don't even know how she made money from. People
Oh
say
my
she like
gosh.
scammed people with this coin and made money, but
Yeah, no, she definitely did.
so like,
She
can
definitely
you
did.
explain how that worked? Because they said the coin crashed.
Yeah.
So how does she make money if it crashed?
Well, so she put it, so she made the coin right in the app, and then she hyped it up, had everyone hype it up, and then people on Twitter and /X are dumb, so they all bought it and stuff. And then she sold her what she had in it, and people sold, and then everyone sold what they had in it. And so the whole point is like, you know, pump and go or something, or pump and drop. Like you pump it up and have people put
Yeah.
all their money up, and then you just leave. You just sell all of it as much as you can. So.
Wow.
Also, I'm rewatching this Penn State interception. This is kind of like I'm still playing college football playoff. This is kind of like one of those picks you throw, and then you're like, yeah, I got to restart the game. Like I'm not losing on that. I don't. That
The
no,
restart
it's
the
not
game interception. Yeah, the rage quit play.
because it's like so close, and it's like obviously
Yeah.
inside your own 50, and it's a close game, and you're like, am I really gonna lose to that? Like what? Yeah, no, that's what
Drew
that's
Drew
tough.
Aller's just turning the console off after that one.
Yeah, because like you know you're gonna lose. Like obviously the CPU is gonna find a way to get 20 yards, like get a
Yeah.
field goal. I feel so bad for him. That's tough. I may or may not have been constantly restarting the game. I don't know. Like earlier this week.
A playoff game?
So, no, not a playoff game, but oh well, I think I've done playoff games. Yeah, there was one time
I
had
guess do you
Alabama play Iowa. And I was
so
sitting
you're
there, I was like,
restarting
I'm not
regular
losing
season
this.
games?
only if it's like really close. If it's like really close and it's a really bad team, I'm like, I'm not taking this
Oh
out
yeah.
like 0-11 and they're suddenly playing like, prime Alabama. And I'm like, all right, y'all.
Yeah, so yeah, if it's like I can't lose this, you're not gonna get upset by anybody.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not gonna be on
But I'll
Sports
usually
Center.
I'll take one loss for the year and then I'm like, I'm good.
Sam's Jayhawks as 27-point favorites lose
Pretty
to
much.
some random school.
Yeah, Houston or something. Yeah.
Something was happening in the Jayhawks game, and all of a sudden they just had to restart. We don't know. But yeah, it was unfortunate. And he had a couple of plays in the second half where he had one pick where he threw it like right into like four guys, and fortunately one of them hit the receiver and got a pass interference call. But
I saw that.
I think
it was a pick too. Yeah.
Yeah. But he had already said that he was going back to school, even like a real third player in the mix for like a first round pick at this point. But if he had like a really good playoffs and had a really good performance against some of these high level teams, I mean, it would be at least interesting to see how high his name could elevate in that conversation. But for him to just immediately go into the playoffs, into a situation like that where his name could be elevated and just be like, yeah, I'm already going back to school. I'm not even going to test the water. I guess you can't really test the waters in the NFL like the way you can in the NBA. But for him just immediately to make that decision.
Can't you do that?
Maybe you can. I don't know.
I was like, there is a way like they'll tell you what pick you're probably gonna be.
I mean,
you can decide if you want to.
Maybe you can have conversations, but
maybe
I guess
only NBA.
In the NBA you can hire an agent right now. Maybe. I don't know.
I think NFL.
No, you just put your name in for the process. I don't know if you hire an agent.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong about that, but yeah. Either way, I guess for him to just make that decision that early on, for me was like, yeah, he knows where he's at, and you can kind of see that some of that developmental stuff in that game as well too. But
yeah, I mean, so college athletes can, I think, is what they're saying. Let me see if it's football.
All college athletes can hire an agent now?
That's what they're saying.
Okay.
So IT's confirming it's football too.
I mean, that would make sense. If NIL is just everywhere, why couldn't you hire an agent, right?
Yeah, I mean, and like, if you find the right people, you can probably get a projection anyways. Like,
yeah. You need somebody to steal your money from you. You need a manager. You need an agent. You need somebody taking at least 10% of your payroll. 10% more. But
Rem, how have you been enjoying the rise of Wemby? He's lately, I've been seeing a lot more. Wemby's a superstar. We're seeing him really starting to get comfortable in his second year, taking that next step. And I don't know, it's not a lot of, I don't think people on the street really know, like the common everyday person, just because, you guys haven't gone to the playoffs or done something like that. But how excited are you for the next, 20 years of Wembanyama?
Well, you can kind of see, I think, the thing happening a little bit with Wemby. I think you see it happening with Shea as well right now, where you're talking about this face of the league conversation. And, what we've always said is like you need those bandwagon type guys, but a lot of that's going to get narrowed down in like playoff results. So yeah, ultimately you're right. Like with Wemby, being in the playoffs will be the big thing that elevates his name, but you need the word on the street too to get people interested. So yeah, he's definitely developing the legend right now. Like you knew that the league had this guy that was this insane, like potential something. Like, have you heard about the super tall guy playing in the league? Like that was the thing going last year. He was just the super tall guy playing in the league. Like, everybody I knew that, barely followed basketball, but like knows that I'm a Spurs fan was like, hey, like how's that super tall guy? Like is he any good? Like, are you having fun? But like, I feel like now it's well established that people know he's good. Like people know that Wemby is emerging as a great player. So like, yeah, what you're saying, like everybody on the street might not necessarily, be caught up with like where Wemby's at in terms of like, that rise, but I feel like the word is out that Wemby is establishing himself as a star, and people now would be like, hey, like what you're saying, like how is it going to be like having Wembanyama knowing that he is a franchise guy? So not that there was really ever any doubt that he would
Yeah,
develop
there's no doubt.
into this, but the fact that it is happening as well too. And that I was thinking about that statement recently that somebody made pre-draft where they were saying he was going to be the best player offensively and defensively in the league 3 years into his career. And
Yeah.
you just don't really realize how quickly that is, but I mean that would be next season
Yeah.
he is the best offensive and defensive player in the league. And to be honest, like with where he's at right now, that take is not, it's still not super crazy. Like that's how well he's playing right now.
Yeah, he's playing insane. Also, just want to acknowledge Texas getting a stop on Ohio
Yeah.
State. And it was a really big stop too, 3rd and long. Get the bat down. So they're marching back. I don't know. Ohio State might be going home here. No Big
Let's
Ten in the
hope.
final, which is crazy. But yeah, no, Wemby right now averaging 25, 25, 10, and 4-ish.
And that's on the
4
season,
blocks as well.
right?
Yeah, that's on the season. Yeah. But I think in the last couple games, he's really, he's been doing okay. He's been up and down, but yeah, I think it was like when he was going toe to toe with Jokic.
Yeah.
You could kind of really see like the potential there.
And that even dates back to last year as well too. Like they beat the Nuggets to end the season last year.
Yeah. I mean, it's the last game of the year, so.
But it was still a big game. They needed it for playoff positioning, and ultimately it mattered a little bit.
No, it did. It did. No, it did matter quite a bit because it made their road a lot tougher, Denver's. But when you look at his stats for those 2 games, the first game he had 34, 18 and 4 with I think he had 2 blocks. In the second game he had 20 points, 23 rebounds.
He 20 game.
So it's insane. I don't, I mean, I had a feeling he was gonna. I mean, I already knew he was gonna be this great, but it's always nice to see them actually go out and do it. It's a tough league.
No, I'm glad that just at least in some capacity in my sports fandom, I have. I mean, I'm not saying this to brag. I mean, maybe a little bit, but like, we have a generation, like we have a literal generational superstar talent.
That's inarguable.
And I don't like. I hate. I don't want to be greedy, like all those things. Like those are obviously like immoral fan behaviors. But, or maybe those are actually like the only way to be a fan.
Exactly.
But, to be honest, like I love having obviously good and great players. Like no disrespect to like the players we've had in the past, but like a guy like DeRozan. Like he's so much fun to watch, and he really like developed his game in a different way in San Antonio too.
You actually liked watching DeRozan. I think you were one of few. I ain't gonna
lie. I loved watching DeRozan. He was a great playmaker, and I enjoyed his time in San Antonio, especially being brought in post Kawhi and the expectations that he was supposed to have. But just the type of ceiling of having that guy versus a guy like Wemby. Like it's like the Alex Smith to Mahomes type of move.
Yeah.
Where
I mean, you're not gonna expect that much of DeRozan.
Yeah, but just the mental sort of ease of mind that it gives you of having that star player, where with Alex Smith you're in the mix and you can be competitive and your team's feisty. But it's like with Mahomes, we have the guy. It's like there's literally nobody in the league that can take down Mahomes. And Wemby's getting to that point where it's like. I mean, Jokic is obviously a better quote-unquote player at this point, but I'm not necessarily...
quote-unquote.
Man, I'm not scared of Jokic anymore. We have Wemby. That's what I'm saying. I'm not scared of Jokic. Yeah. Bring on Jokic, brother. We got Wemby. We're good to go.
Yeah, no, you guys are set. You're set. That's all you need is a cornerstone to build around. And, now you guys can start building. And Wemby's one of the easier players to build around because he's a center. Yeah, no, I am very excited to see him. Something in a totally different sport, but
Frisbee?
Exact opposite expectations. Bryce Young, end of the year, lights it up, throwing no-look touchdowns. And Rem, I was hearing a little chatter of having him for most improved player. Now, usually it's from one season, a player is injured, and then they come back and play well another season. But I don't know. That people saying he switched it around in 1 year. Who knows what the rules are? DeMar Hamlin couldn't win the thing. Like he came back from the dead.
Well, he got comeback player of the year,
And
right? Was
he
Bryce Young
might have, but it wasn't.
was Bryce Young hurt last year?
Maybe it was comeback player of the year. I don't know. Yeah, I think it might be. I don't think it's most improved. I think it's comeback player of the year. That was the award I was talking
Okay.
about.
So the
Yeah, so not even. It was what's his face? Not Jameis. Joe Flacco. I think Joe Flacco won comeback player of the year because he took him to the playoffs.
is most improved an actual award?
I don't think so. That's only basketball.
Only basketball?
Yeah, but comeback player of the year. So I think for him, but yeah, no, I thought it was interesting. I
Oh,
didn't,
wait a
you know,
second. I think actually, so Pro Football Writers of America, I think they give out a most improved. Last year, Geno Smith won it. So yeah, 23 Geno Smith,
Oh,
or
okay,
no,
it is.
22 Geno
Okay.
Smith won it. Last year, Baker Mayfield
Okay.
won it.
But you're right. I'm looking. Yeah, I meant or comeback player of the year. Just because he came back from not starting,
he came back
doubters
from the
like
dead.
me being
Bryce Young.
right. Yeah, no, DeMar Hamlin because he didn't win it last year.
Oh,
He did not win it last year. Yeah.
yeah. That's right. Yeah, now I remember that.
Yeah.
Flacco ended up
Flacco won it. Yeah.
ended up taking that.
It's like what? But yeah, no, just I don't know. I guess I'm just mostly giving you a stage to take the victory lap. I'm still believing in Bryce Young.
I mean, Bryce Young is definitely improved. I don't want to just all of a sudden now, start poo-pooing Bryce Young after he had a good season and riding that horse. But like you see Penix on the other side as well too, and
No.
I don't know, like Bryce Young is still like the encouraging thing about Bryce Young at this point, not to, again, no disrespect to Bryce Young, but it's like it's just not a disaster anymore, right? Like that's the main thing. And they're definitely feisty.
That's all you need.
He was big at the end of games, but I guess what's been better for the Panthers? Like the way Bryce Young has been playing or the way Caleb Williams has been playing? Because that trade is also attached to it as well. And the fact that Caleb Williams wasn't a generational prospect right away. Like Bryce Young might have outplayed him this year. Like neither of them
might have outplayed Caleb Williams?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams actually started every game. Caleb Williams didn't get benched.
But the highs for Bryce Young this year, like I mean, Caleb Williams didn't get benched, but they just weren't gonna bench him though. They definitely could have. It's not like they couldn't have.
Wasn't there was a record where Caleb Williams didn't throw an interception after a certain time. I can't remember, but
that is true. He had that streak for a while.
Yeah, he had a streak for a while. And like one of the funniest things in the NFL memes was the comparison of the stats between C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams after C.J. Stroud tried to sun him. He was just like, yeah, come here. Hey, let me teach you something. And then he's out here getting cooked. But, I mean, Texans are in the playoffs, so I don't know how mad you can be at him. But, yeah, and also it's just different levels. Like, Caleb was carrying his team, horrible coaching, blah, blah, blah. I mean, shoot, maybe we need to get a Bears fan in here. Give a little breakdown. But I definitely think, again, Bryce Young, I'll give it to him, when he's confident and when he's on the ball like he has it, which is something I didn't see all year. I didn't see all last year, and I knew he was going to struggle. So, I'm surprised. I'm not going to lie. I didn't think he would have a game like that against the Falcons, against anyone. Mm-hmm. I mean, he looked kind of cooked. So I don't, from the play I saw, I don't know what different observation I'm supposed to give. I stand by my take.
No, that's actually a great point with the confidence factor because, I mean, if we're talking about the college thing, that was the one thing that was like the great thing about him in college too, was just like that magical factor that he had at the end of games and the confidence that you would have in him to just, make the right play in the big moments. And like, yeah, he's definitely an undersized quarterback for the NFL, but he was also an undersized quarterback in college as well too. It's not like, he was normal.
Not as much, obviously, but yeah.
But, it's not like he still didn't have that as a factor, but, he just had that confidence and that swagger. And you're right, at the end of the season, he was definitely playing with a swagger at the end of some of these games that he didn't have. I mean, yeah, the confidence he had in that Falcons game was just the way he was carrying himself at the end of the sideline, like talking to Andy Dalton, just hanging out. Not that they should, have a bad relationship because Bryce Young
they should
got
be hitting
benched,
each
but
other.
yeah, I think Bryce Young should just definitely cut Andy Dalton out of his life now. But
Yeah.
like just the way he was carrying himself was like he is fully, at least his confidence in a way is fully back. Maybe the skill hasn't caught up to the way and the impact at Alabama, but I mean PFF too. I'm looking at his PFF grade right now, and he's 22nd. So 22nd out of 44 quarterbacks that were played enough to get a grade this year. He's half of all the quarterbacks, but 22 out of 32 is still, like I'm saying, he's still kind of in the bottom half of the league for
and
performance.
And like you look at I mean, the thing is also one of my biggest concerns was also, no shade to washed up Adam Thielen and, raccoon and skunk eating Xavier Legette, but
skunk eating sounds crazy. You have to pause
he ate
that.
it. He be eating. He was skinning.
I think
they had a video. He posted a video online. Him skinning a skunk.
Hey yo, Xavier Legette.
I just say, but the wide receivers that Bryce had in college were just straight up better. Like not even comparative to their defense, like just straight up better. And so
Legette's good,
that
though.
was my concern. And then you watch even I don't know. Some of the early throws in this game, you can kind of see he's still a little worried. You can still see a little rust. But yeah, it's nice to see him gain his confidence. We want people to prosper. And yeah, shout out. I don't know. Have you made your NFL bracket yet?
For the playoffs? No, we can do a playoff bracket if you want to do a playoff bracket.
Yeah, let's make a bracket.
You want to do some
picks? TikTok camera on.
Yeah, Kyle, where are you at? No, let's do some picks.
Camera on.
Who's the first game even? I don't even know what the order of the schedule is.
I don't even know.
I know
back in the day, I used to write like a page of notes every podcast, and now I'm like, what time is the game?
When's the game? What games is starting? Is the NFL happening this week? Well, now it's just all on FanDuel, so.
Exactly.
They just
our BETSTAMP sponsor the show.
Shout out BETSTAMP
in the bio.
Comparing all of the odds across all of the sports book, because I mean, make no mistake, people. There's nobody out there that's just signed up to one sports book. If you're signed up to sports book, you're a degenerate, and you're signed up to multiple, and you're gonna need to compare the odds across all of your different books to see what the best ones are. Because you never know. Right now on, the sports book I'm looking at, so the first game Saturday, Chargers Texans, Herbert versus Stroud. That's actually a great matchup. Chargers are the favorite on the road, minus 158. But again, minus 158 on this sports book, they might be, minus even if it's like minus 150 on another one. It's just just a little bit, and it just those little bits over time. Because make no mistake, you listen to the Rem and Sam pod, you get the good advice for where to go, so you're going to be making the right bets. And then with BETSTAMP, you're going to be getting the best odds. People, it's a win formula.
Win-win. Don't change that dial. I remember Chargers Texans when it was Herbert against what's his face?
Yeah, was Matt Schaub in the mix?
Watson? I thought it was Watson, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, Jeremiah Smith not having a good day in Ohio State. That's interesting. He's getting locked up. Didn't have that in the bingo cards. But yeah, I don't
3 yards tonight.
So but unless the Broncos or the Steelers are able to pull off a really pretty big upset for either team, chances are this is the team that the Chiefs will be playing. And if I'm the Chiefs, obviously I'd rather take the lower seed, no surprise. But the Texans have been looking a little shaky this year. I don't know. I mean, they have a lot of injuries. What is it? No Tank Dell. No. There's some pieces missing. It's pretty much just Nico Collins and Joe Mixon there. So, I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of seeing an AFC championship at home right now.
So, yeah, the bracket, we don't actually get to do it full-on bracket style, right? Because it's the seeding based. Let me pull it up with the seeds here real quick so I can see everything.
Yeah, so for people at home, the 5-4 Chargers and Texans, then it's the 6-3 Steelers visiting Baltimore, and then 7-2 Broncos visiting the Bills. And then over in the NFC, it's Vikings 5-4 Vikings visiting LA. We'll have to see where they're going to visit. Prayers out to people in LA.
Yeah.
Jeez, fires are
I can't
insane.
believe I didn't ask this to start off when you first jumped on, but
Oh.
How are you? Did you guys? I saw the news that you guys had like an earthquake in the ocean off the coast from you guys. What happened?
No, we felt a little rumble this morning, but we're all right. Nothing really big. I mean, it was only 3.6 out in the ocean. And to be honest, like I'm not used to it, but people here in the Bay, it's another day of the week. So as long as there's no tsunami warnings, I think
true. That is true because
because
you would think the earthquake, like the actual earthquake itself, how that would affect the land, but in the ocean, the impact of that would be the potential wave it would cause.
Yeah, no, that was crazy. I think like after one of the bigger earthquakes, I found like the lock on my house is like all janky now. So
the door's just bent now.
Yeah, it's just like, oh geez, I need to get that fixed. But anyway, Commanders visiting my favorite game probably of this round. The Commanders visiting the Buccaneers, 6-3 matchup.
Yeah, that's
and
a
then
fun
the
one.
Packers visiting the Eagles, which probably is my second favorite. I don't know. I mean, which one's your favorite kind of matchups? I mean, I kind of like the NFC ones a lot more than the AFC ones because that Bo Nix, Josh Allen could become a big blowout real quick.
See, I actually, and I don't know if it's, I got a little Broncos biased, of course, but that game could be interesting because the Broncos do play a lot of man. That could be interesting with helping try to contain Josh Allen, and that game's going to be cold as well.
No Diggs.
What?
Isn't Diggs out?
For who?
Stephon Diggs.
He's been out for the Bills all year. They traded him to the Texans.
Oh, that was a Texans side. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, but that's true still. No Diggs.
Yeah, no Diggs.
I stand by it. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're. I do think that the secondary for the Broncos is capable to keep up with the Bills secondary. You're definitely right about that. So I think they could. What's the line right now? 8.5.
But as in like not just that they trade. I mean, obviously Diggs has been gone all year, but more of that they have
I gotcha.
really elite option out there.
Yeah.
Like, and let me see here. The last game against the Pats doesn't really count. I don't know. Were you watching that Chiefs game? Are you getting hyped on that? I mean, yeah, I guess looking at their game against the Jets, like Terrell Shavers got the most yards. It was kind of annoying picking up their wide receivers because it was just so unreliable. But I think what's his face? Mac Hollins. He was pretty decent this season, but then he got no catches, no yards. I think he's hurt actually. All right, let me see here. Or he had 2 catches for 33 yards, against the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's kind of the Josh Allen show, but I definitely think, I don't know. It'll take a leap for me to jump on
I
the
still
Bo
think
Nix
I have
train.
to pick Buffalo to win that one, obviously, but I'm keeping an eye on Denver. That's interesting. And
did you like what you saw against the Chiefs? B team?
From Denver?
Yeah.
I mean, they definitely ran you guys off the field, so that was encouraging. But I think I feel like you guys were trying to stick it to the Bengals a little bit, though.
A little bit.
Like that was definitely you guys can just go ahead and go home now.
Yeah.
Seems like, Burrow, if you want to hang out with Olivia, just go ahead and start in the playoffs.
Oh God. I mean, why would you want the player with the most passing yards? I think, there's like the wide receiver with the most either touchdowns or yards, and then the running back has the most or something in the NFL. Like, yeah, you don't want that offense in the playoffs.
But same with Pittsburgh, Baltimore. Like, I think there is interesting upset potential there as well, just because of the divisional matchup between those two teams.
Yeah.
So you could potentially be playing Pittsburgh as the lower seed, but you've got.
If they beat the Bills, yeah. Or Pittsburgh, if they beat the Ravens. Do you think Lamar has put the curse to bed? Because there was a stretch there he couldn't beat the Steelers no matter what he did.
Well, no, I think. Well, you mean the Steelers curse or just what, like?
Yeah, like the Ravens lost, like Lamar lost to the Steelers a couple of times in a row. Like I think it was like
6 or 7 or something. It was a lot, maybe 8
Yeah, I
times he
guess
lost.
that's a good question then. What would worry you more in this matchup? Is it just Lamar being in the playoffs, or is it the Steelers themselves? Because
Both.
yeah, because I think for me it is.
Both.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it is both. So probably
Yeah.
maybe he has broken the curse, but it's like two former curses together. It's like,
Mm,
kind of brings the power of the
that
curse
might be a
back.
little too much for him.
Yeah.
I mean, they do. I mean, looking at the stats, he's had like the best passer rating ever, I think.
I
Or
saw
he's
that
definitely,
today. I was walking
yeah,
past the TV trying to bust a table, and I just got distracted because I looked up and saw that Lamar Jackson had like the fourth highest passer rating of all time.
yeah, fourth highest. Yeah, it was
And I had
top
to
five.
like do a double take, and I was like, wait a second. I didn't realize that
But
Lamar's season had ended up being. I mean, we obviously knew he was having a great season as well, like a great passing season. But then you always think the dual
yeah,
threat thing is added on top of that. But then for that to actually be reflected in the quarterback rating, I was like, whoa, I didn't see that coming. But shout out. I
well, and
mean,
it's also crazy because they, I mean, that rating is made to combat to show the value of quarterbacks who don't scramble, and quarterbacks who sit in the pocket and just pass. And for him to be a top four player like that with a rating that's literally made to be not like them, like not like
not like us.
not like yeah, not like us, to made to uplift quarterbacks who don't run around is crazy. And so, I mean, I do think this is probably one of the most comfortable offenses he's been in, but no Zay Flowers, I don't, or it's a long shot for him to be playing.
Zay
It does
Flowers is
worry me a
out
little
for
bit
this
in
one.
that Steelers match. I think so. They said it's going to be pretty tough for him to
Ooh,
play.
that does make it that makes it interesting. Somebody's gonna get upset, and I don't know. Just it's like we just have a history with these guys. Is this the year
Yeah,
where
they
we're
just
gonna
ruled
get
him out.
the break in history and Lamar's gonna break through and win, or Allen's gonna break through and win, or is it just gonna be
I
the
don't
same
know.
storyline that we've known the whole time? And Mahomes is actually the guy, and maybe Lamar has some playoff struggles, and Allen's gonna do his thing, but it's just not gonna quite be
Yeah,
enough. Like I am actually kind of legit nervous for the Ravens in this one.
yeah.
Maybe their
No,
biggest
they
advantage is
should
they're
be.
playing Russell
They
Wilson.
should be. And for them to even not only like not kind of hold it and make it kind of sneaky if they have Zay Flowers in, and just be like, no, he's out. Like that makes me question if he'll even be there the next game, which if
Hmm.
they win would probably be against the Bills. So that's tough.
But I think I'll
Tough.
still pick the Ravens to win that one, though.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But it does worry me for their playoff future. Future.
So I've got the Ravens, and then yeah, Buffalo. See, I just feel like Ravens, Buffalo, Chargers feels kind of chalk. All three favorites are going to win this week in the AFC.
I don't know if you said Ravens, Buffalo, Chargers. Yeah, I don't know. I think the Texans could pull it off.
Yeah,
Aren't
Stroud is
they?
like a
Aren't they the
playoff guy
higher
after
seed?
all.
Or they're the lower seed because they didn't win their division? Wait, let me see.
Yeah, the Chargers are on the road for this one,
Oh, okay.
but maybe they'd have to be on the
Yeah.
road
So
anyways.
yeah, the Texans probably could win. Yeah, that's anti-chalk. I don't know. Or that's all the chalk actually. If you pick Texans.
Oh, Ohio State.
Yeah. Ryan Day's coaching for his job. Sark will be fine if he loses this game.
I think Day would be fine at this point too if he lost, though, right? After beating
No,
Oregon.
no.
Really? You think Day
It's
had to win this one still?
I think it's championship or bust. Yeah.
Really? You
That to
still think it's
lose to
championship or
y'all,
bust? So you
to
think if they
lose to y'all with the rankings and how it was and shutting them out from the Big Ten championship game and like to lose to y'all on that stage, they have
So
to win
you
the
think if
championship for
Ryan
me.
Day had lost to Texas in the playoffs, they would have fired him?
Yeah. Hearing that's what sources are saying. It's kind of championship or bust.
I
Like
just feel like
people, I
going.
told you, Ohio State, y'all, your Michigan and Ohio State fans are crazy about the games. It's
I'm not
like,
saying that still won't suck for him, even if they win the title. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like mentally where they were at going into the playoffs, like projecting out, is a little different maybe now after the fact that they actually beat Oregon. The fact that you look at this team and go, okay, like Ryan Day has still got this team as a championship team if they get beat by Texas, Texas is one of the other teams that we thought was maybe the best team in the country. So I don't know. The fact that they beat one of the other high level, the fact that I would say you could look at this playoff and go, maybe they didn't get upset is the big thing. If they had gotten upset by Tennessee in that first game, I mean, yeah, that would have been bad for Ryan Day. But the Notre Dame,
it's just
well, I was gonna say Notre Dame is interesting because I feel like they're a step down from Texas. So if they lose to Notre Dame, that would be worse than losing to Texas. But maybe losing in the national championship game is better than losing in the semis. I don't know.
So you lost in the championship game.
I think I'm
it's
just trying
funny to me that Will Howard was so excited that he fell on the scramble. Like he just brought himself down. He could have had a touchdown.
The Daniel Jones.
Yeah, same build too. Yeah, it's okay. We know you're a Michigan fan. We see the shirt. It's all good.
Yeah, my hoodie's in the wash.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I missed time the dryer cycle. Didn't have it ready. It looks like there'll be another game, though, where I'm going to be having to wear it. Unfortunately.
Jeez.
I don't even... Oh, man. I'm going to get Michigan-colored confetti just in case Ohio State wins. I'm going to just...
Really? You just got to pour the maize and blue over your head?
I'm just going to celebrate like it's a Michigan title.
What?
Just totally like try to gaslight.
Celebrate the game win. What streak are you guys now on? 3 game streak? Or?
I think 4. We got a whole graduating
That's crazy.
class.
A whole class. Yeah, that's insane.
That was the other reason it was such an emotional loss. Because they felt like they had this little maybe gap year as well too with Harbaugh gone. Michigan down for the season.
I can't wait to see this Texas tight end in the NFL. He's really good.
That Penn State tight end last night too. They were saying he's the #1 in the class right now, according to Kuiper.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was getting a lot of love on the broadcast, and he was playing well. I couldn't, I'm not saying he's Brock Bowers, but
yeah,
I mean, the man was definitely playing well. But all these Texas weapons are kind of like
if you're Sark, is there like 10% of you that's like, maybe I'll throw Arch Manning out there?
Yeah, bro, I wanted to put Arch Manning in this whole game.
Are you serious?
Oh, there's the tight end play right there.
I told you, man. That guy is so good. He's so good. Look at him chuck that DB and point at him.
Yeah.
Helm is just, that's crazy. He's getting a flag. What are you doing with that?
Don't flag him for that. We're in the semis.
Man, I actually know someone last name Helm. Maybe they're related. That's crazy. He's gonna get a flag. Oh, it's both. It's both.
You think the San Francisco Helms are related to Texas Helms?
No, it's not San Francisco. He's from Oklahoma. So
whoa, there's 3 Helms: Gunner, Caden, and River.
A whole lot of Helms.
Which one is he? Is he Caden? Oh, he is not Caden. Caden is a tight end at Oklahoma. Maybe it's Gunner. River Helms. Oh, another big play downfield. This time to Golden.
Texas knows how to blow it up, man. They know how to. Golden's so good too. Golden's another.
Yeah, I love Golden.
Like every time you throw to him, he's gonna catch. What's his name? Golden on the Lions. Is that his dad?
Golden on the Lions? I'm trying to think.
There was a wide receiver.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Okay, the tight end at Texas this year.
Golden Tate.
Golden Tate. Yeah, Golden Tate.
Geez. I remember Golden Tate.
He was a baller. Golden Tate is a sneaky, like, you'll get on like his birthday, like a highlight reel from the NFL.
Yeah.
Like, happy birthday, Golden Tate was sick.
I don't know if you've ever seen these, but for like soccer, there'll be like players just like this who are pretty good, but not like super good that everyone remembers, and they'll be like, the streets will never forget.
The streets, yeah.
Yeah, the streets will never. Or NBA does it now, where it's like blah 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 was a problem.
Yeah.
Like
true. We need
white chocolate was a problem.
We need a term for the NFL. The streets is a good one. I like that one for
hockey.
The
streets will never forget.
Yep. Because that's a good way to summarize it as well too. Because it was like like the real ones, like the people that were like really on the ground level consuming this stuff, like knew that this person was legit.
Well, I'm trying to remember. I think Golden Tate was known for being like extra violent. Like he
Yeah,
used to
Golden Tate
run
was like
into,
a
yeah,
he was
he
one of
would
those
run
blocking
into
receivers.
stuff. Yeah, he would want to run into the hit. Like it was like, bro, what?
No, yeah, and he would do kick returns as well.
It's like just that CT.
Oh, 3rd and 3. Ewers sails it out of the back of the end zone, but there's going to be a
Oh,
flag on
that
Ohio
was
State.
PI. If you're on the ground like that and the ball flies over your head, that's probably PI. Not trying to pull a coaching or a ref clinic here, but oh yeah, Golden Tate jumped. Yeah, he jumped into the band after he scored a
Oh, that's
touchdown.
right. I forgot about that play.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, there was something off with him, man. He just jumped it. Like, imagine you're there with your saxophone and you got a, who knows? It was a guy with a trumpet. It's like you're there with you know, you got to go home tonight with your whole outfit and you're sweating and stuff. And you got
Bro, wouldn't that hurt jumping on a tuba?
something.
Landed on some guy's drums?
Wow. Ohio State can't catch a break.
The penalties killed him in the first half as well, too. They offensively kept getting penalties that would just kill these drives. They had a holding call on 2nd and 3rd down.
Yeah.
So it's happening now on defense.
I don't think so.
Yeah, wait, who was that got the penalty? That wasn't Burke. Okay. 1st and goal, 4 minutes. And they have to tie. I mean, 1st and goal, this is Arch Manning territory. Put in the dual threat quarterback.
How fast is Quinn Ewers? That's what I want to know.
I think Quinn Ewers, I think he goes in sneaky athlete category.
Yeah.
I don't know though. I feel like we're losing the sneaky athletes because
yeah,
even like a guy like Bo Nix, who you would have thought sneaky athlete, he's just kind of an athlete.
Well, no, and you know, it's no longer sneaky anymore. You know, people are, you know, the people watching tape 247. You know, sports.
Well, but it'd be like, you know, Tony Romo, like sneaky athlete.
Like I was watching Travis Hunter when he was like a junior in college, in high school, like maybe a sophomore in high school. Like,
it's true.
You know,
I'm already sick of watching Bryce James.
Like, I actually agree. I am kind of sick of watching him. I'm like, are we sure this kid's good? Like,
it's true. We've literally been watching Bryce James for like 5 or 6 years. It's like 2 contracts.
It's like, yeah, I seen that. Yeah, thank you for showing me that edit for the 100th time where he's like 5 to 6, and oh my gosh, he grew up. Like I'm not gonna lie, I'm sick of watching it too.
I can only watch Bryce James high school highlights for so long, and then, you know, I need to watch some actual basketball. I need to watch basketball with stakes. Like,
oh jeez,
you know,
man, Ohio State defense responds, pushing it back. What is that? 8 yards, 3rd and goal. Quinn Ewers back in the pocket, searching. Ball goes up, kind of tipped. They're looking for another penalty, but they're gonna have to take the 3, I guess.
I think Sark's gonna go for it.
Horns down.
I can't believe you wouldn't try a Arch Manning play in that situation on the goal line. What are we doing, Sark?
Yeah, it's tough with screens, man. They should have done the Eagles, what is it?
The Philly special?
Tush push. Yeah,
the
tush push.
Oh, no! Quinn Ewers, Jack Sawyer, no!
Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's gone. Oh, jeez. Oh my gosh.
Ohio State's going to go to the national championship game.
Oh my gosh. You got some extra confetti? You want to throw some now?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go shopping tomorrow.
Jeez, yeah. That's a GG.
Wow. Jack Sawyer, though, he's a baller.
He's fast.
Yeah, I'm keeping his name in mind come draft time.
It's always interesting when a player A team, yikes, you couldn't even put his name. And they're like, yeah. And I love that they just put him down as player A. They're like, yeah, run the graphic. We don't care. No, it's always funny when the players have like a shirt hanging down from their shirt, like it's not tucked in. It's kind of different look. But man, is he fast? He was gone.
Yeah.
No one even tried for Texas. They're just like, all right.
Jack Sawyer, sneaky athlete.
That is true. Sneaky. I'm not watching linebacker tape like that. I'll give it to you. Well, rent is
213.
that high. Ryan
Wow,
Day
so
needs
the
to pay the bills.
Arch Manning era, I say just start it now.
Imagine the decision. You're like, nah, I'm not gonna play the best rated high school quarterback ever. I don't know. I feel like though Quinn Ewers is this is kind of Quinn Ewers though, you know? Like he has talent, obviously, talent enough to make it close, but I love how the sideline has to make sure they hold themselves back because of that Georgia thing.
Yeah,
And it's like,
true.
oh my gosh, you can't have that happen again.
It's already been once. Man, and Sawyer's speed off the edge too, just getting to the quarterback on that play.
That was quick. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie,
And the way he
Ewers held the
just
ball,
dipped
but he
around.
had to. Yeah, he held the ball, but he had to. They
Yeah.
backed themselves into a corner there. Jeez.
That was a crazy play by Sawyer though. I'm going to look back. I already looked up his draft stock earlier, but I'm looking it up again. I need to see which other edges are above him
Yeah.
cuz he is quickly rising up my rankings, and he was on the edge of being a first round guy in general. But just
Oh,
looking at,
okay.
well, I guess you got Abdul Carter, of course.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of guys above him. Deion Walker, Landon Jackson.
Mm.
Who's Tyleek Williams on Ohio State is above him? I mean, this is clearly the best edge rusher
Oh
on
my
Ohio
gosh.
State.
His own teammate. He makes one play in the biggest moment. You're like, yep.
No, Jack Sawyer's been balling all year.
Mm.
Let's see. Hopefully I'm right. How many sacks has our guy had? 12 sacks this year? Oh, no. 8? And a pick?
It's kind of bad.
8 in 14
Yeah,
games?
that's all right. I mean, that's good on a good team. That's pretty good on a good team, but, is that NFL worthy? I don't know. Is he even in draft? I mean, I guess there's enough rounds.
He's in the top 50 right now.
Oh, okay. Top 50 edge rushers or just top 50 in general?
Players. Tankathon had him at 47.
Wow, okay.
So, early day two.
We'll see him in the
early
league.
second round.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
White edge rusher? I mean, he could easily be on the Chiefs.
Yeah.
There's a chance.
Sign him right now.
Little Jack Sawyer Karloftis combo. That could actually be pretty deadly.
Don't. Get me salivating.
Wait, Karloftis was also Big Ten as well, right? Purdue?
Oh, was he? I don't know.
I think so.
I'm not gonna lie, I did not watch him in college.
Me neither. He was definitely one of those guys that I started watching when I was like, oh, wait, why is this guy way up on these draft boards? Gonna go have to watch the YouTube on Karloftis.
YouTube breakdown.
Shout out to Denver, too, just destroying Brooklyn tonight. The NBA.
Oh yeah, I haven't looked at it all at NBA.
Not gonna lie, kind of a low-key night.
Yeah. Who were they destroying?
Brooklyn.
Mm. With D'Lo? D'Lo back in town.
D'Lo, the
Have you
Nets
been watching-
destroyer.
Have you been watching any Ben Simmons?
Not really. He's playing a little tonight,
Yeah.
though. 4 for 6? Whoa, Ben Simmons, 6 shots.
I know. That's over his quota. He's gonna be hurt now the rest of the year.
Ben Simmons is a lightweight.
I don't know
Normally he can't take
why.
that many shots.
I don't know why, but for me, the Colin Cowherd Ben Simmons click kept resurfacing.
Same, the one with him and LeBron.
Yeah, it's like LeBron.
We're good.
Yeah, I just had to. I've watched it like 20 times. Every time I'm just like, oh my gosh.
We need to do like an all-time
Oh,
sports clip ranking at some point.
Yeah.
Because that honestly could be that could be a Mount Rushmore moment. Like in terms of just straight comedy, like the Kellerman Iguodala quote is always going to be way up there. But the thing about that one is it's clearly like a little bit forced, where it's like
Yeah.
obviously the right answer for this is Steph Curry, and somebody's gonna have to just make a crazy case for Iguodala.
Exactly. And like you could tell he's doing it just because he's on first take. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you get him off the high of being in front of that crowd and Stephen A's yelling
Sure, it
at
was
him and
live.
stuff in the room. Yeah, you're like, bro, like, do you really believe that? And like, nah, like.
But Coward is just like making a take. Like Coward is just like
I
sitting
know.
around on a Thursday night. Like, this is just what I'm thinking about. Like, LeBron,
And
we're good.
exactly. And it's just the positive. Like he's just like, it's actually something he thought about. Like he didn't, this is his rational logic. He's like, yep, LeBron.
Was LeBron even in Cleveland again at this point? I guess Ben Simmons was like 2016.
I don't know where that clip was. Yeah.
I think LeBron, did he just won the finals.
Maybe.
And then
it was close. He was up. He was definitely cooking. It wasn't like the injury season.
No, yeah, no, that would have been in LA. Yeah, he hadn't even gotten to LA yet. No way.
Yeah.
I think it might have still even been before that 2018 finals where LeBron had that game 1 and just went totally insane.
Like LeBron, okay.
The other not underrated, but the other one that is way up there is the McAfee on game day when he picks Alabama instead of Georgia, or when he picks Alabama in front of the Georgia crowd, or vice versa.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, where he gets him like super hyped up singing the fight song, and then he picks the opposite
Oh, and
team.
then he picks the other one and sits down immediately. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
I just watched a game day compilation earlier, like a top 5 game day.
Yeah, that's funny.
And Lee Corso has some iconic moments.
Yeah. Paolo only almost pulling off the upset.
Oh, that's right. Paolo was back tonight.
Over Bucks. 34, 7-3.
Paolo putting up a 34? First game back? Not even missing a beat?
Got stomped.
Whoa, Giannis with 41. Jesus, Giannis.
You said not today. No.
Settle down, Giannis. 41 and 14. You work too much.
Is Joel Embiid ever going to play more than 3 games?
Wait, Joel Embiid? I thought he retired.
He's out. Paul George. Yeah, me too. Is Tatum out? Was he out? Let me see. No, the full squad played against the Kings and lost. At home.
Yeah.
Wow, this is weird.
Doug Christie.
26% from the field. Wait, who's Doug Christie?
That's the interim.
Oh, the interim coach for the Kings.
Yeah.
They also had 4 players with 19 or more points. Shout out Keegan Murray, Iowa product.
Yeah, he had 20 tonight.
Wow, 15 turnovers is gonna kill you. 15-9. I feel like this is one of the ones where you're like, yeah, someone scored more threes than the other person. And sadly, a lot of games do amount to that. I guess, Rem, do you agree with folks? Like, we have this conversation every year around this time about the NBA, because like you have the playoffs with football and other football playoffs, and it almost feels like a drag to try to keep up with the NBA. And at least this time has been shortened, thankfully, because of the thing with the tournament. But at least but yeah, I don't know. It's so tough sometimes to pay attention to the NBA this time of year.
Yeah, and especially too with like the League Pass rewatchability of it as well. Like it creates an interesting dynamic where this season, the amount of games that I've watched, like I think I've watched the same amount of games, maybe even more games, but the amount of games that I've watched live has definitely gone down. I've definitely gone back and rewatched a ton. Oh man, was that just another?
Yeah, I was about to tell you, don't look at the game. Yeah, Quinn Ewers just threw a pick.
Well, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the Quinn Ewers tenure had to end with some Quinn Ewers bad plays, because the thing that always was hanging over Ewers this entire time was Arch Manning. So that is definitely going to be, I think, even part of his legacy going forward is just going to be always there's just always going to be a section of Texas fans that are going to be like, what happens if Arch Manning plays this year?
Yeah.
Instead of Quinn Ewers.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you are correct.
But I think ultimately Ohio State is still the better team. But Texas was definitely, for me, top 3.
Yeah, I think most people had Ohio State better than Texas, but not beaten this bad.
So Michigan, technically, if Ohio State wins the national title, is Michigan the best team in the country because they beat Ohio State?
Oh my gosh, are you guys gonna put up a banner like UCF?
Technically, we are the national champions.
Like,
we got robbed.
You guys weren't undefeated on the year.
We should have been. How are we not one of the 12 best teams in the country if we can clearly beat Ohio State?
Because you can't beat how many other teams? You gotta pull up your schedule.
No, I've already.
What is your worst loss of the season?
I honestly couldn't even tell you the rest of the schedule. It doesn't even matter. I don't care. I don't even know who we played.
I don't care.
Did we play Michigan State this year? We might have.
You guys beat them.
No, yeah, we definitely played. That's definitely the one team we did play. But I
guess your worst loss is 21-7 against Illinois. I mean, you look at your schedule. You guys didn't really get stomped.
No, maybe USC.
I mean, like Texas was 31-12. You beat Minnesota by field goal. I guess 10 points to Washington is tough. But beyond that, you guys only lost to ranked teams. You only lost to Illinois and Indiana and Oregon. You know, those are all ranked. So.
No, yeah, Oregon as well.
Yeah, number 1 in the nation. Not much you can do against that. So, yeah, honestly, your worst loss has to be Washington, I guess. I don't know what happened there.
Revenge game, national title revenge game.
I guess.
Had to get revenge for Penix. No. Oh, Michigan or Ohio State's going back.
Yep.
And Notre Dame's not going to stop them either. That's the unfortunate part.
Yeah. I had a feeling Texas, as of the last 10 years, this is kind of their ceiling. They're very much hey, we tried. We have a lot of talent. Who knows? We're kind of frisky. And then a real team like Alabama or Ohio State just puts them in bed. Or Michigan. It's just they're not ever super dominant as a team. And, even you guys last year, you guys were pretty dominant. And last couple of years, so.
I mean, let's be honest. That Michigan team would destroy this Ohio State team.
Oh! You just launching one on over to Columbus. You just launch a cry. Just throwing pot shots. You don't care.
So Ryan Day still needs to beat Notre Dame.
I know.
Is what you're saying.
You're not a fan of Ohio State, but I'm a big fan of Ryan Day, and I'm happy for him because he's gotten a lot more flack and trash and hatred. Just because he lost against y'all, which is huge. But I mean, overall, he's a really good coach, and he should get a lot more respect than he does.
I want to be honest.
I mean, or what?
I think actually they're going to be okay if they win the national title. Because
if Notre Dame wins
if Ohio State wins the national title, they might be okay with losing to Michigan this year.
No,
because the way I feel of just them even making it to the championship game,
yeah,
it's I'm not gonna lie, in real time, it's kind of taking away from that win.
Yeah.
It's the win is slowly diminishing in real time. The joy that we had, the euphoria kind of just
oh my gosh, I can't believe we did this.
Yeah, that I mean, you guys just heard me call us the best team in the country. That kind of, just blind joy that we had in our team. It's definitely over. It's time to get back to winning national titles. This is ridiculous.
There you go.
What is Ohio State doing? Bryce Underwood, baby, the #1 quarterback in the nation. Next year, let's go.
Yeah, you guys got Bryce Underwood, yeah.
NIL.
You saw Iowa got that FCS dude.
I did. They got the
number, he won,
top 5 transfer quarterback.
He won the FCS version of the Heisman.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. But we'll see. I don't know. I know you don't want to talk about it right now and give him his flowers, but I do. In my personal opinion, I think Ryan Day is the best college quarterback or college coach right now
Oh, over Kirby
in
Smart.
football. Over Kirby, yeah, yeah. I think he's just more consistent. I understand Kirby's got the championships. Maybe it is Kirby, but I think at the same time Kirby's got also much easier recruiting.
Yeah.
Down where he's at. Yeah, I think okay, so Kirby, I can't argue against Kirby. Yeah, Kirby's gonna have
Yeah,
to.
bro, get Ryan Day out of that number one
Yeah,
spot.
yeah,
What are you
yeah,
doing?
yeah. Okay, he's number two though. Outside of
Yeah,
outside
Ryan Day is
of
just a big number two. You're right.
Athena, he is. Yeah, he's number one. Yeah, yeah. No, that home. I was remembering that home streak record, and they won like back to back national championships.
What about
So
Bill Belichick? You're not gonna put Ryan. You're putting
I thought I
Ryan
said
Day over
college.
Bill Belichick?
Yeah, I am. We haven't seen him recruit. Like, let's just see him actually put a team together after 4 years.
It's the greatest coach of all time.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, yeah, but is he a good recruiter? That's a big part of being a college coach.
Dabo?
What has he done lately? Like, the team's definitely gone downhill with him. It's interesting for this fumble. They didn't even look at all to make sure it was a fumble, like forward motion or anything. Because NFL, they'd spend 10 minutes on it.
That just shows you the
Yeah.
respect that Quinn Ewers' play has garnered. I feel like a good quarterback, they would review it, but
Yeah, I think it's pretty clearly.
yeah, he got it.
behind him,
Yeah.
though.
If you
That'd
like
be
throw the
hilarious
quarterback to the
though
ground,
when that'd be hilarious if like now when they're replaying they're like, wait a minute.
they're like, actually, wait, take actually on second thought.
That'd be you as a ref. Now let's look really closely.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like Daryl Morey. I'm submitting a challenge to the NCAA.
Uh,
I'm submitting a
those
complaint
never
on that
work.
call.
Am I wrong or has it ever worked to challenge a result after the game?
I
Like
mean, what would you even do?
like replay? Like I've never seen it work. I see all these people complain and be like, "Oh, we're gonna take this to the league office and it never works. It never works.
And they would sell full price tickets to go rewatch those last 2 minutes.
Exactly. Like it just leagues aren't in the habit of replaying games. Like they just aren't. They don't.
They just are
You
like
just
in the
look like a
Ohio
sore
State
loser.
practice facility on Monday, just have to replay like the last 2 minutes. Imagine the edit. Imagine the edit on like the replay, where like you're like the game on YouTube in like 100 years, where they're rewatching the game and it's just like all the way up until the Quinn Ewers fumbled and it just cuts to them in some practice gym. There's just no
Like
announcers.
rinky camera. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
hilarious. No, it's a funny story.
The
Actually,
defensive coordinator's thumb is just over the lens.
for my second year of Frisbee, because we got rained out of our sectionals, we had to replay our sectional championship against Iowa State in our home field. So yeah, and then I think it was like the first time we lost to
But that is
Iowa State.
NCAA,
Unfortunately,
right?
we lost it on the last point, but no, it's USAU. It's a different organization.
Oh,
So
okay.
they let us freestyle.
I was gonna say, there you go. The
Unfortunately,
NCAA
we're
has
not
precedent.
a school-sponsored sport. Yeah.
But it's still a legit organization redoing a result.
Yeah. No, it's legit. I mean, shoot, they're the reason we might be in the Olympics soon.
Wait, as a sport or as like
As
the
a
team?
sport.
As
As
a
a
sport.
sport. Well, they need the sport first.
That's true. The sport's not in yet.
Yeah. But it was in the final round, so who knows?
Well,
Who knows?
I think they're taking breakdancing out, right?
Hopefully.
So there's an opening.
Poor B-boys and B-girls.
Yeah.
Not be gracing the stage for us anymore.
No, you think they would give it at least one more year to get like an actual winner. Now Ray Gun goes down in history as the only gold medalist in breakdancing history.
That's crazy. I think people from 20 years from now will be like, man, Ray Gun was really good, huh?
Ray Gun.
Exactly.
Ray Gun's going to go down in history. She's the only woman ever. She's the only person that ever won a gold medal in breakdancing.
Yeah, like she's
Did they do it?
world sensation.
Did they have it split up for breakdancing like that, or was it like
Yeah,
a
it was
mixed
B-boys and
competition?
B-girls. Yeah, no, there was no co-ed, I think.
Mm. I was gonna say that'd be even crazier if she just got number one over the entire field as well.
Yeah, no, she got last out of everyone. So
Jeez.
Zach, that was it.
Shout out to Raygun though.
Yeah.
IT. Well, maybe 2025. Stay tuned. We'll get Raygun. Call in.
There you go.
Raygun. Hopefully she's not an Ohio State fan. She's from Australia though, right?
Yeah, my cousin lives in Columbus and he just sends me all this merchandise. I don't even know what the heck Ohio State football is, but the hoodies are comfy.
Yeah, apparently the Buckeyes are just really big in Sydney.
I just imagine us. She logs in with an Ohio State jersey, and you just like end the meeting. You're like, no, not doing this today. Nope.
Our biggest guest ever, Raygun, Olympic champion, Olympic medalist, kick her out of the meeting.
Oh, jeez.
She's like, no, it's actually my cousin is an alumni, and I just got this hoodie. I don't even know where Ohio's at. I thought it was in Europe.
I thought it was. Isn't that a Canadian state? Canadian province?
It's crazy that these teams can win multiple bowl games now with the playoffs.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb. I do think it's dumb because it's going to be weird now for like say Kirby Smart won all those national championships with this current system. Now you're saying he's like what, an 8-time bowl winner like after 3 seasons? Like,
yeah, the way he could like catch up to Saban so much faster and like the all-time guys.
Like what does bowl wins really mean now? Like if you can win 3 of them in a playoff.
That's what I'm saying. Ryan Day is going to be the first coach fired after winning 2 bowl games in the same season.
Exactly. It's like
it doesn't even make sense.
And then does the championship technically count as a bowl? I don't know.
The champion, it's just the championship. It's not labeled as a bowl game.
Oh, okay.
I looked it up because make no mistake, I was like, there's no way Ohio State is going to win 3 different bowl games this year.
That'd be hilarious.
But no, just 2 bowl games and a title is all.
And that's another thing. As a coach, do you not want to win the conference championship, or so that you can get a bowl instead? No, that's dumb even saying it. But
you could. That's a crazy hardware season. Conference championship, 2 bowl games, and a national title potentially. But I guess Ohio State's not going to get the national.
You only get
the conference championship.
Yeah. Well, it's only 1 bowl game that you'd win, right? Because you go.
Well, no, because that.
Oh no, you get 2. Yeah,
the bye is a bowl game. Gets you into the bowl game.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! So you get 4 different trophies.
Well, that first round isn't actually a set of bowls. It's just like a random set of play-in games. And then
no, I mean for the conference champion. So you get 1 for conference champion, then 2 for the quarterfinal, semifinal, and then you get 1 for the national champion. So you get 4 for 1 postseason. Like. Should teams really be getting 4 trophies?
It's a lot of hardware for 1 season.
Like, just feels like people just want to say they won a lot of stuff.
I say they need to do an in-season tournament as well. In-season tournament champion, conference champion, 2 bowl games, national title, Olympic champions.
Let's just have them keep playing till February, till March.
This is actually a sick trophy
ever
too.
Expand to a March Madness level?
I don't know. I feel like we need to make up a term for like a March Madness term for the college football playoff.
January Jamboree. I don't know.
Yeah, it needs to be like December Delusion or something like that.
December Delusion.
If it just needs to. The problem is it is mostly in January, so it does need to be like January.
Yeah, exactly. January. I don't know.
IT or chat. Let us know if you have a name.
Yeah, let us know in the chat.
DM us, Rem and Sam, on Instagram. Are there DMs on TikTok? Because make no mistake, you got to DM us fast.
Yeah, you can slide in the DMs.
Get those last DMs, the parting DMs, the RIP DMs for TikTok. Send us your parting words over the TikTok airwaves.
Yeah. Do you think TikTok is actually getting banned?
I think today they said it's official.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're correct.
RIP TikTok. But, like, is it actually official, though?
Probably. I don't know. They have to still go to
But
court
like the
and
thing
stuff.
is, so what are they actually banning? Are they banning the app? Because they can't ban the idea, right? Like they could potentially like
Yeah, no, but
somebody
they can
could just
ban the app.
because like somebody could just take the TikTok model and recreate this, right?
Well, the
I mean
problem
that's
is the
easier said than done.
algorithm. Yeah. The problem is not only the algorithm, but the content to fill the
But
algorithm.
I
Because
mean,
you can have technically the computer code in there, but if you have no content to serve the people who are on the platform, and that's what was the problem early on with TikTok when I joined it. But I mean, when I joined it early on, I was like, oh, there's like no content on here. It's just people dancing. And so I left it. And then it blew up. And then I was like, oh, now it's worth being on here because people are on here.
but somebody still has that algorithm, so they could potentially just try to find, maybe different investor group, different, setup.
Maybe.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me.
Bless you.
But they could just find a different set of guys and then a different set of
Maybe.
people and then just reset it and try to
Who
relaunch a whole
knows?
new thing. And I don't know if they'd have to like do secret names and do it undercover so people don't know it's the TikTok people, but like
Exactly.
I guess in my mind, like the TikTok people aren't just going to stop with this idea because it clearly works, right? It's clearly profitable. And like I'm saying, they're just banning this one app. Like if you have this key in this market, that's clearly the most successful version of it. Like you can't just make it. It's not just going to go away completely, right? It'll resurface in some different way.
We'll see. I mean, I don't think they can do a different app because I mean, I'm pretty sure they're just straight up banned. But I do think they have yeah, I mean, also US is only 10% of their earnings revenue, so I think they're
Oh,
just
really?
fine losing America, honestly. Yeah, like they're
Wow,
not
that's
going to be
crazy.
selling it just because they got 10%.
Well, that was
Um,
another reason I was thinking it could relaunch is because you were saying a lack of content, but it could potentially launch in an area where the customer base, you could build up that content by the time US launch. It could
yeah,
be kind of filled up and ready to go. But yeah, I guess 10% is obviously a huge chunk. Like if the NBA lost 10% of its revenue from somewhere, it would hurt. But
yeah,
it's
but
but you could it's still, it's not like TikTok's gonna
yeah,
go bankrupt because of that probably.
yeah, they're not dying because it like they'll be fine. They'll be fine. They'll figure it out. But I don't know. We'll see.
But the bigger
Well,
corporations are like the ones that are kind of established already. I mean, wanted to take this out because it was, directly affecting them as a competitor, as an international competitor. So because it was international, maybe they were able to legislate that differently. But I guess
mm,
like you're saying, realistically too, like they're not going to probably let another domestic guy try to just
exactly,
pop up and take out the ones that they've already tried to keep going. Like clearly, there's
exactly.
a vested interest in keeping these ones at the top.
Yeah, and Meta is already working with Trump. They're moving to Texas. They just announced, they're moving pretty much
Did they
all
actually? They're going to
guardrails like
Texas
stuff.
now.
Yeah, because they're like they don't want to be affected by the cultural norms of California and all that.
Yeah,
So yeah, so it's pretty much confirmed that all these companies are bowing the knee to the new king. So
they're going to be located right off the new Gulf of America.
I guess,
What are we doing? What is
and
happening?
if it's a little too hot south, you can go to the new province of Canada. Say hello to the governor up there.
Yeah, the new United States of Canada or whatever.
I always wondered. I remember that was one of the things I did wonder as a young lad was like, why don't we just go mess around and invade Canada?
Yeah,
Like,
because you think we
like,
could pull it off, or why? Because we need Canada.
yeah, like we don't have a border. There's nothing on the border. Like, just say we march troops over there. What are they gonna do?
Why would we start a why would we enter a military conflict with an ally though?
Because
How
we
would
can
that be
just be
beneficial?
the ally. We can be our own allies. Make it American. It was funny though. I think the
Why? What if we just
someone
asked? You don't think Canada would just like let us
join.
let us have it? Yeah. You
Who
don't think they
knows?
just
But it was funny that I think some governor of Canada or someone who's like one of their higher people in charge was talking about how they'd be fine adding Oregon, Washington, and California as provinces of Canada.
Oh
They're
yeah,
like,
I'm sure they
hey,
would love to have the profitable state of California in
exactly.
Canada.
So like you get free healthcare, you know.
Isn't
And I was like,
California on
man,
its
I'd
own
sign
like
up.
it doesn't California by itself have like the 5th highest GDP in the world of like if you like made it a country? It's like
Oh,
way up
really?
there.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, California is a powerhouse, but at the same time, we also inflate our own numbers with crazy taxes and stuff.
No, yeah, I'm sure it's a give and
You know,
take, but
it's insane.
it would definitely be an
It's
asset
insane.
to,
Yeah, no, for sure.
an economic
For sure.
enterprise. Sam for the invasion of Canada.
Look, I just don't want to get sent to war. I thought it was gonna be the Middle East. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know it was just gonna be
Gonna be
up north.
Mexico.
Yeah, sounds like he's really pushing for Canada and Greenland, though.
Yeah, I do. The Greenland thing, well, I don't know.
It's like so random too.
Well, it is random, but also when you think about where it's located, it's like it's not super random, you know.
Oh, you think there's some strategic? What's going on?
Well, isn't it
You
up
got-
north, you know? Like
So what does that mean?
I don't know, isn't like occupying territory around Russia?
Like the Arctic thing, or
I don't know. I mean, I would need to pull a map up and look exactly about where these countries are at. If the map is telling the truth, but I mean, I think yeah, getting close into that area is probably a secret goal but not even a secret goal, but an idea of
to get close to that area to get the Arctic, or
I guess what are you bringing up the Arctic? Is there something in the Arctic? I was just thinking.
No, I'm just wondering where.
I was just thinking strategically. Just it would be like a trying to neutralize Russia type thing, and I'm assuming Greenland has oil and stuff like that. But it's just like
I don't know. We're kind
I think
of buddies with Russia and letting them have Ukraine.
Yeah, I guess I don't. Yeah, I'm not super locked in on what's going on over there. I know there's just a lot of money headed that direction, but I assumed it's like the same reason we picked up islands in the Pacific, right? Was to get military stuff closer to that side of the world.
Yeah, and it was also kind of like just because we can.
But it is, but the thing is, we have bases on all. Like that's what we get the island. We put a base there. Like I think we would drill in Greenland, but I'm assuming we would probably set up a big base over there as well. And I mean, Canada is all like I don't know. You don't like the fact that Canada, it's like a little brother, big brother type thing. Like the fact that we had this like we actually have a little brother country is kind of a nice like ego boost for America.
I don't want to go conquer Canada, but
But I'm just saying like the idea, like even if there was like a merger between the Canada and US and it became one big country, like do you think it helps? Sorry, Canada, not to just insult Canada, but do you think it helps the ego of America to have Canada right next door? Where I mean, Canada does a great job, but it's like at the end of the day, Canadians still like America is still the end goal.
Yeah.
So it's like this country where you can have like Drake and Ryan Reynolds and these individual people and Bieber like push Americans to be better, but like as a full country, like America is still like at the top at the end of the day. Like, do we need the little brother? Because like if we lose a little brother, what's gonna happen to, do they help check our ego in a way or boost our ego? Like what happens
I don't know. It definitely boosts our ego. Yeah, it definitely boosts our ego. I think it's also
keeps us
a lot more costs than I think people realize. I mean, Canada's got a lot of land that is uninhabited.
I know. But Sam, what would we do with all that land? All our new Canadian property. Drill away. Would you entertain the idea of moving up into Canada? Like up into the American Canadas?
No, I'm good. Into the American Canadas. That's fine.
No, the thing is you live in like California is the premier real estate in the world, right? Maybe some coastal stuff in Europe and Asia.
New York's a little bit more expensive, but yeah.
But I'm talking about like actual location, weather, views.
Yeah, it's probably around here.
Like Cali's got to be the #1 spot.
Yeah.
But going up into the Pacific, like I don't know, they say some of like, where's like British Columbia and all that stuff at? Like that Pacific Northwest region of Canada seems pretty chill.
No, it does.
A lot of pine trees.
Yeah, but snow is crazy though.
Yeah, that is the thing. It's too much winter to. I'm not gonna try to go like build a snow hut
Uh,
igloo type thing up there.
yeah, exactly. That's what I'm wondering.
I still need to
Let me
live in
see
a
the
house at the end of
weather
the day.
right now up there. Uh, I mean, I bet it's beautiful in the summer.
No,
Um,
for sure.
I mean, it looks like they're in the 40s this week. Maybe it's not that bad.
Canada underrated. And then you get
I
those like islands like way up by Greenland as well.
Yeah,
I think those can be pretty chill.
that is true. They are pretty chill. Yeah, I don't know. It's mostly 40s. I guess it's not that bad.
Where are you looking at though? What
Little
city?
rain. The Weather Channel. Uh,
You just like
Vancouver,
Toronto?
No, in British Columbia, Vancouver.
Oh, okay.
No,
Oh, yeah, so that's not
yeah,
bad at all. I mean, for
yeah,
winter season, I mean, I'll take that.
yeah. I know. Like,
I am not gonna lie though. I've thought about like if I have moved if like, I have moved away to like a warmer climate where it's like warmer year round, like
yeah,
losing that ability to deal with the colds, like is it good to have that couple months a year where your body has to adjust down to that temperature? Like
mm,
am I going to lose those like survival skills if I'm just
yeah.
in the year-round heat all the time?
No, I feel it here. I've definitely gotten more sensitive to the cold. It softened me, man. I don't pause. I don't.
Because
I'm
the thing
good.
is, you were, you like grew up in cold climates. So at the end of the day, it's like in your DNA. Like people that grow up in the warmer
Yeah.
weather, like I feel like as adults, it's harder for them to, like, it's not like I couldn't move away and then adjust back. But
Mm,
I think it's a good skill set to have. Just that walk to your car in the cold, that walk from into work, building to building, like just any walk in the cold weather, it's a skill.
yeah.
I think it's a skill
It's
dealing with the
tough.
cold. It's
No,
really
I
crazy.
no, I mean I did with going to college,
Yeah.
going to University of Iowa, I had to walk through it or, biking to school, going through the snow. So no, I'm definitely there was a point in time I was a
No, we
grizzled vet.
actually
Now it's like, oh my gosh, it's 30, it's freezing.
no kids. If there's any kids listening to this, like I mean, before global warming, even like 4 or 5 years ago, when me and Sam were in college, we used to have a school get canceled because of snow days.
I remember that.
We had a couple of snow
We
days
used
back in
to,
the day. We
it
haven't
was
had
nice,
we haven't
yeah.
had a snow day in a couple of years.
Yeah. Global warming. Who knows? No, I remember what I loved is that where my bedroom was, it was right next to our home phone, so you could hear the voicemail. So I'd be in bed hearing the call, and then it
Oh,
would
that's
give the
clutch.
automated message like, "Oh, you know, the school is closed today or whatever. Kirkwood is closed." Blah, blah, blah. And I'd be like, "Oh, all right." Turn over, go
Uh,
back to sleep.
that's
Thanks.
great. I
Also,
remember.
shout out Will Howard being able to play with a size of a golf ball
Yeah, that
in
was
his
crazy.
hand. What?
I saw that on his hand earlier.
Anyway, but yeah, but what were you saying?
What were we saying? Snow days?
We
Something
talk
about
about
snow
snow
days?
days. Yeah,
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Just getting like that text, that cancellation text.
yeah,
I remember like because there would be days when it would be snowing and I mean when it's in the range of a cancellation. So it's like just even the days when you get the idea to check your phone, like that rush of will I actually get the text? And then you see it and it's like, oh, class has been canceled. That might be that's like a top 5 adrenaline high for sure. A top 5
yeah.
dopamine hit is class cancellation. It's such a great feeling.
And I guess this is a
Pause.
talk we may not have never had. How did you deal with Kirkwood after COVID? Because it was kind of interesting, shut down, and I guess more of like, how was graduation for you? I went in for the picture, I got my picture or whatever, and then, watched the little slideshow. I think, I don't know, I don't think I really bought the cap and gown. I just got the
You didn't do any
cap,
kind of
which of
walk stuff
course, no, which
because
shout out. I mean, you could do it the year
yeah,
after. Did you do it the year after?
I did not know.
Yeah, me
I
neither.
didn't really do anything for graduation. I just ended up finishing
Yeah,
it, pause, and then
Did it okay?
just getting the degree in the mail. But my
yeah.
my brother and sister, so my brother is actually a twin, so we're the same age. were same graduating class. So I didn't, like I said, I didn't do anything, but so with the credits that he had, they lined up for a second degree where if he stayed for like a semester, he would have gotten a second degree on top of that. So he could have, I guess, walked for the second degree as well, but he ended up walking the next year.
Oh, so you did do the walk.
So my brother and sister both ended up walking.
Oh, shout out.
Yeah, shout out to them.
I did. And then because I was working with the newspaper and I was doing a podcast, they gave me a mic, and I remember the editor specifically was like, "Oh, don't steal the mic." And then COVID happened, so I never went back, and then they never opened. So I still have the mic.
So you stole the mic.
Yeah, I never even used it because it's not even that good. Like, it's all right, but
yeah,
I never used it. It was just hilarious.
Nice. Shout out to Sam for stealing things from work. But I mean, we all steal things from work anyways, though. So
yeah.
Stealing something that they gave you, I feel like that's like honest, you know?
Yeah, and then you got like a world event happening too.
Yeah.
A little bit focused on other stuff. Like, I don't.
Yeah, they should let you keep that mic in case you need to sell it for some funds during the times, you know? You got to have assets,
sometimes
resources.
Can get tough.
It's like work. If you're not going to be able to feed me with money, like, let me take a couple of resources.
Yeah.
A couple of things I can pawn off. But then again, we were just all collecting unemployment during that time, so.
Yeah, that's true. Getting those PPP loans.
I remember the day I found out you could sign up for unemployment. I was like, wait, what? What's this?
Yeah.
I'm getting a raise?
I'm getting, a raise, and I'm fired.
Time off and more money?
That's hilarious.
Honestly, peak days. COVID was peak.
No, COVID. There are some peak days in COVID. I ain't gonna lie.
As long as you didn't have COVID and the people around you didn't have COVID, it's like...
Yeah, like as long as everyone was fine.
I had time and money. Living the dream.
Take me back. Kids,
yeah, can we get
that'll be the new post. Kids will never know.
Yeah.
Like Zoom or something, or like something with COVID. Like
that's
TikTok,
gonna be,
I guess.
Yeah, if we're able to make it to old men, like that'll be the thing. People will be like the grandkids will be reading the history book, being like, "You lived during COVID. It was this terrible sick time." And I mean, obviously it was too, but we're just talking about like, especially for like the area of the Midwest we were in, we were fortunate enough to, not get super affected in that way.
We didn't have a lot of people around us.
Yeah, true. The population was not that big, so for our experience specifically, it was a little bit different. But they would be like. It'll be like about how bad it is. It'll be like, no, actually, we just had time and money all the time.
All the time.
Actually,
we didn't have to go to school.
I was just on a lake rolling in unemployment checks.
And people realized you didn't have to be in person to do your job.
Yeah. But who knows if we would have gotten there anyways, though. It's one of those weird things.
It would have taken a while.
It's like how long before we would have switched over to the video calls and stuff. Like, do those type of things always need an instigating event, or would it have been like some network blows up and by doing like a Zoom, they like start at home, they do a Zoom thing, and then it just becomes like a trendy like thing. Like,
but there'd still be some like old school companies that'd be holding out, be like, "Arr." And I guess they do now. So yeah. But
either way, shout out Ohio State. Shout out,
unfortunately,
Notre Dame as well. Have you seen this new Nosferatu movie yet? I'll ask you that before we go.
No.
Yeah? Do you even know what I'm talking about?
No, that's what I was going to say. What?
It's this vampire movie. The original version of it is like a 1922s version. So when I first heard about the remake, I was interested because I was like, okay, you're remaking a 100-year-old movie? That actually seems reasonable compared to some of these remakes these days. But there was a version that they did in 79 as well, too. I don't know. It's got Skarsgård in it, the guy from It, so.
Oh.
He's pretty fun.
You said it was called what?
Nosferatu.
Nosferatu?
Yeah. It dropped on Christmas, but I think it was like.
Oh, the horror movie?
Yeah. It's
I'm getting communication. I shouldn't be looking this up.
Nosferatu?
Really scary, creepy.
Oh, the horror movies are off the limits? I got you. I actually fully support that. If you took a horror movie...
Did you watch it?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, I was about to give a spoiler. I was hearing spoilers over here. I don't know.
Oh, I mean, if you
Might have
spoil it,
gotten a
if you
little
spoil it, it's.
freaky and creepy at the end.
Oh, wait a second. Now I think I'm going, but.
Oh, whoa, hey, you said that made him buy the
Wait a
ticket.
second. You're telling me I have to find the theater where I'm
Ellen,
alone?
wait, what? So, spoilers are thanks to Wikipedia. I guess the main women
I
character
guess I mean
summons
I've
the
seen
demon
I've
to her
seen some of the
bedroom.
original versions, so I probably know
Yeah,
most of the plot points. But if they added a freaky
that's
scene,
crazy. Lily Rose Depp, I guess, just popped off.
wait, what's the rate? What's the is it? It's definitely rated R, but
Yeah,
like what do you mean popped off? Like her top?
yeah, maybe. Is it? Well, she summoned the thing to her bedroom and
What are we
replayed
talking like
herself and
Florence Pugh and Oppenheimer here?
allowed him to feed on her blood until sunrise.
Oh, that's the
Sunlight
end of the
causes
movie.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the sunlight causes the blood to drain from his body, killing him.
But they do it so like in the original version it's not really that sexy. Like he just kind of
Yeah.
performs the act because he's a vampire. But I guess spoiler alert for anybody that hasn't seen the movie, but the idea
Yeah, you just
is
spoiled it, all of it.
yeah, the vampire guy basically is terrorizing the town and the only way to kill him off is to keep him up till sunlight. So she has to distract him by, laying there laying there and then just letting him suck the
That's
blood out of
crazy.
her till morning.
Hey, yo.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So I guess they decided to
Oh,
spice up the ending a little
yeah.
bit.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, sounds like Robert Eggers has got me hooked.
He said, tickets bought.
Lily Rose
I
Depp?
guess we know what we're doing tonight. 2 thumbs up.
Well, no, I actually already saw the movie. What movie did I look up earlier that I was gonna watch? I looked up something before you got here, and I was like, oh, I guess I'm watching that tonight, but I forget what it was. So I guess yeah,
Oh,
you're right.
no.
I'm pirating Nosferatu.
My recommendation for y'all is Squid Games. I didn't finish that second season, but it starts out
Oh.
really good. Yeah, the marketing's everywhere. I will say they probably did a little too much. Shout out Netflix,
No,
but
I'll push back on that because I haven't actually seen the first Squid Games, and the second season seemed
oh
interesting, and I was like, I might actually have to watch this now.
yeah, no, the first season's pretty good, but the second season definitely seems a little bit special. It does seem
Oh,
really
you think
because
Step
it's
Up?
different because you kind of know what's going on now, and like it's definitely a deeper story. Like the first one's kind of like, oh, like we're building the world, like we're kind of understanding what is even going on, who are the characters, learning them as characters. So now, like the writers, now that you've established that time as the characters, you're like, oh, now you can really do stuff. Like you can really grow, like player 456 and stuff. So
Yeah.
it's
So
pretty
I did see a trailer for it that was, or not a trailer. I saw an edit for it today that was like really. I was like,
oh
oh, I might have to watch this. But so wait,
yeah.
are you a TV show guy over a movie guy?
I unfortunately am leaning that way. Yeah,
You like
yeah.
TV shows? Okay, okay.
I definitely am a TV show guy. Yeah, I need to finish Kevin Can F Himself or something like that.
Is that
And
Netflix
then,
too?
yeah, it's the one where I think I talked about it last time where they like switch between a rom com and like a horror ish, like realist movie where
Oh,
like
okay.
where the husband's living in a rom com where he pretty much like treats his wife like trash, and then the wife has to like live through like like a realist, like it's really blue and stuff. That The Wire, and then at some point I do want to watch The Sopranos. Gotta go and get on The
The
Sopranos.
Sopranos. Wait, you've never seen The Sopranos?
Never, 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 never.
Do we need to do one of those like watching The Sopranos for the first time type things? Because I've
Yeah,
never
we
seen The
do,
Sopranos
maybe.
either.
It's I've heard it's all time classic. You
We could
kind of
do like
gotta
a
watch
first.
it.
We need to do like a first episode react or something at some point.
There you go. Watch along.
Yeah,
Watch
do like
along
a
to the first one.
watch along the first couple episodes because I would
Definitely.
definitely watch those couple of shows. The Wire, like The Wire,
Yeah.
Sopranos, Mad Men, Breaking Bad, like those
Yeah,
iconic shows.
Mad Men I need to watch, yeah. I
I've seen
already
the
watched
first
Breaking
couple of
Bad before.
seasons.
Yeah, I just finished Better Call Saul. Man, that was a grind. It's okay, good, but it does get like abstract at the end and like really
Mhm.
slow, and you're like, what is
I remember the hype
happening
for the
here?
last couple of seasons kind of fell
But
off.
yeah, it didn't end well. But it did go pretty well for a good, especially the beginning with the brother, with him and Better Call
Yeah.
Saul and his brother, lawyer brother. That was really good.
No, it was getting
They're
nominated for stuff initially, so there was
yeah, yeah.
a A lot of hype around it. But did you see
Really
Breaking
good.
Bad though, or do you just go straight to
Yeah.
Better Call Saul?
No, I watched Breaking Bad like a couple years ago,
Okay.
and then I watched Better Call Saul once it finished.
I mean, I feel like I just have to like. I mean, they call this like Breaking Bad. They say it's like the greatest show of our generation. So I feel like I have to watch that at some point.
Oh, you've never watched it?
No, I have. I don't. I haven't really seen a bunch of
Gotcha.
these prestige like TV shows. Like I really
Yeah.
for TV
Prestige,
shows.
yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah.
I only watch like the 30 minutes. So it's just like Fresh
Yeah.
Prince, Friends, The Office, How I Met Your Mother,
Yeah. No, you gotta get into Prestige, man.
or
Mad
I
Men is another one,
I go
yeah.
movies. You know.
And then maybe if I really have time to kill, we'll maybe take a peek at Suits. Who knows? I don't know.
See,
It seems a little interesting.
the thing is, it's I guess the length of the episode. Like I like having the 20-minute episode, because I feel like with the longer episodes, I always end up stopping them like halfway through. So I'm like watching
Yeah.
20 minutes anyways.
Jeez.
But like, see, like even The Boys, like I'm not caught up on The Boys.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Gen V is good too, man.
And I was just listening to Metro Boomin today, so I might as well watch The
It's
Boys.
fine. I think Invincible was the one I may be behind on.
But that's animated,
Oh,
right?
Yeah, but it's also another one. Also,
Oh, South Park is in my
was
rotation
it,
too. How could I forget about South Park?
From the new ones coming out, what is it called?
South Park and Fresh Prince.
The new Star Wars show,
Skeleton Crew?
Skeleton Crew. I've been watching that. It's kind of like a B class Stranger Things in Star Wars. Like it's pretty
Oh.
decent. Yeah, it's not as great obviously as Stranger Things, but it's like these kids trying to find their way home. I may be behind an episode, and then also the new season of What If came out, and it's a Marvel show. It's
Yeah.
animated too, but so as you can tell, I'm tracking through a lot of shows, and Disney keeps me busy. They distract me. Like I want to grind out these prestige shows, but I gotta
Marvel
stay with
just
it.
keeps
Or-
staying on top. That's good for Marvel though. Shout out
Yeah.
to them. I was getting
Yeah.
a fiending for like going back and watching fiend, I don't know if that's the right word, but I was
Hey, you're-
thinking about going back and watching, maybe I was fiending Elizabeth Olsen, WandaVision. I was like, do I need to queue up a little WandaVision
OG.
back in the day?
Did you like Mom, the Multiverse of Madness?
I like the the Multiverse of Madness was good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the better ones they've done recently. That
Oh,
and
okay.
Shang-Chi are probably my two favorites.
Shang-Chi. It's crazy to me that you like Shang-Chi.
Wait, you don't like Shang-Chi?
No, it's like some big CGI. Let's throw this car into as many ads as possible.
Wait, what's wrong with that?
It's all right, but it's like way too much product placement. Way too like. It was all right. The story was like too like they made it seem really big, and then it became like really small.
Yeah.
Like some little dragon thing. Like let's beat the dragon. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. Have you seen this Beast games? Mr. Beast is now on Prime.
I saw that Mr. Beast is his subtotal past the amount of people that actually live in America. Like he has more subs
Yeah.
than the population of the
Yeah,
US.
I have more subs than yeah.
I guess until we add
Crazy.
Canada, then he'll have to
Yeah.
get his sub count back up.
Canada. It's just crazy because I know there's lawsuits around this Beast games just because like
It's
Mr.
what,
Beast
real
is
life
kind of a
Squid Games?
horrible person. Yeah, kind of yeah.
Or no, is Netflix just doing that as a separate show?
No, it's a real life. Well, I think they might also be doing that. Yeah.
But Mr. Beast is doing his own version of it. I've seen
Yeah.
trailers for it, like watching the Thursday night games and stuff, but I guess I don't remember that well. But he's giving out a lot of money. I did see that part. He's giving out like $5 million or something like that.
Yeah.
Enough to make me want to sign up for the next season.
I guess Squid Games is based off of something real.
You're going to see me as contestant 420.
Oh, geez. All right. Well, I'll let you do that research on your own.
069.
Anyway, I do. That's about all the time I got. I don't know if you're staying on long.
No, yeah, we got to.
But shout
put a
out
bow
Pure
on this
Vita. Shout out BetStamp. Check the links down below. Check out TikTok, Instagram. Check out all the links.
Stay tuned, people. We'll be back. Thanks for
Yeah.
hopping on tonight.